Good morning once again from Austin, Texas, and welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas for the final day of Porsche Club of America's Carrera of the Americas. I'm Greg Ginsburg, joined by Brian Donati, and we're ready to cap off an incredible weekend of racing here at one of the world's premier circuits. COTA has already delivered a share of drama. That climb into turn one, the rhythm of the S's, and the long back straight have all tested the best that PCA has to offer. And today, our two race groups return to this Texas showcase, ready to settle unfinished business and fight for those final spots on the podium. The stage is set, the field is eager, and the Lone Star State is ready for one more day of Porsche-powered action. It's day number 2 of the Carrera Americas, and it's time to go racing here at COTA, Brian.
I tell you what, Greg, if we thought yesterday where they were having problems with finding grip, well, they didn't find it this morning either as they went out for warm-up. So as we get into this last day, this last race of the season, I tell you what, you're going to see some guys out here in these vehicles. They're going to go and give it everything they got. Whether they have the grip or they don't have the grip, they're going to drive right through it.
All right, Brian. Well, we've got our first race of the morning out for their pace lap right now, and that pace car taking it kind of slow, I think, for just such a reason, although some of the cars at the end kind of trailing. Much like yesterday, our green group is divided into two separate starts. We're going to run down our first group now, and then we'll move over to the second group, which is made up entirely of spec Boxsters. On the pole for the first group, right behind the pace car, driving the 102 black and red Spec 997 Porsche 911S, it's Andy Pastor, starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 19 Spec 997 machine, the black car of Dale Rye. Then we've got Walter Jessic, who was our pole sitter yesterday. Jessic in the number 148 white and green machine will start third with Klaas Olsen. Also in the Spec 997 class, he is in the silver machine. He will start fourth. On the inside of row number 3, your I-Class pole sitter driving the number 2022 911 Cup car, the yellow machine, it's John Gunter, and he'll start right alongside his I-Class competitor driving the blue 2022 Carrera, the blue machine, it's Alex Rezendi, starting 7th. In the Spec 997 class, in the black 997 chassis, it's David Hodges. And then our GT4 pole sitter will start 8th. He is driving the number 60 1970 Porsche 911. It's Claudio Kemp. Then we've got some of our Spec Cayman starting in 9th position, driving the number 158 blue and black machine is Scott Gill. He'll start alongside another blue and black 2006 Porsche Cayman. That is Bill Miller. Starting 11th is Dominic Belvedere in the silver Cayman, who will start alongside Steve Coombs, who is starting 12th, driving the black number 23. Then starting in lucky 13th position, driving the number 216 GT4 Boxster, the orange machine, it's Aspasia Zoras. Then we've got Tanner Market starting 14th. Tanner was our SP3 winner yesterday, won by almost a minute and a half over the rest of the SP3 field. He's in the blue and yellow number 896 Porsche 968, and he will start 14th. Then we've got Alan Benjamin in GTC1. He's in the white, blue, and silver 1992 Porsche 911. I think that's a 964 chassis. He will start 15th, and then starting 16th in SP3, driving his Porsche 944 S2, the blue machine of David Provenzano. Now let's move over, and we do have some other cars in that group, but we're going to move over to the Spec Boxsters, where Hunter Allen was our fastest driver on course yesterday in race number 1. The green 111 will start on pole. Aiden Meek, who took the win yesterday in the silver and red number 15 machine, he will start second with Rob Walker in the purple beeper leader, the number 171 machine. He is scheduled to start third. Sagar Dawan in the number 501 machine. The red car will start fourth with Earl Harrington in the black and silver 717 starting fifth as the pace car now heads to the pit lane for our first group. Nick Malloy will start sixth in Spec Boxster in the green 461 with Chris McDuff starting in the number 372 yellow car, starting 7th. Let's go over to our first group for the start. We'll pick up some more of those Spec Boxsters here in just a few moments as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are underway here at Circuit of the Americas. It's the Carrera of the Americas as our lead cars, Andy Pastor, Dale Rye, heading up the hill side by side. Walter Jessic there as well in the white and green machine with Klaas Olsen as they all come through turn one successfully. And Brian, it looks as though Andy Pastor might have gotten the jump there on Dale Rye going into turn one, but as they come out, Dale Rye in the number 19 machine, he is your leader.
Yeah, I think that is Andy Pastor that is continuing to lead there, Greg, in that 102. We'll wait to see whether or not he's able to hold that. But those two drivers had a heck of a run yesterday as Walter Jessic ended up picking up the overall win here in this group in that Brian Henderson Memorial yesterday. I tell you what, it looks like Andy Pastor and Dale Rye, they're coming out. Claudio Kemp, another car that had a terrible start yesterday, looks like he's getting back up on the wheel right there. Looks like he's going to be able to hang in there with this group as well as this race continues on.
All right, Brian, let's jump over to the Spec Boxsters for the start as the whole field moved over to both rows over to drivers right, and that left a huge opening for a number of drivers to come up the inside, and it is 3 wide right behind our 2 leaders there of Hunter Allen and Aiden Meek as they come down the hill. Allen was the first into turn number 1 into Big Red, but he is now going to drop back behind Aiden Meek, who got a great run down the hill and now through the S's, and running very wide at the entry to the S's is Hunter Allen, as he's now going to lose, I think, 4 positions and drop into 5th place back behind Sagar Darwan.
Yeah, that car just really got out of shape coming through there. I tell you what, Greg, as you mentioned it on the start, this whole Spec Boxer field, I think somebody was watching too much Formula One on the start last night, because everybody moved drivers left to try to get that position. And by the time they got to the top of that hill, you had to go 3 wide. But yes, Hunter Allen really out of shape down there through the S's. That's going to drop him all the way back into that 6th, maybe even 7th place.
Yeah, and Brian, it looks like Rob Walker did not take the green here today. Remember, we talked yesterday about Walker needing to run the table in order to get the Spec Boxster Championship, and with Aiden Meek taking the win yesterday, that is now off the table, not in the cards, as our first group now completes their first lap. And Brian, I did have it right. It was Dale Rye in the number 19 machine who got the jump on Andy Pastor, who is running second. Walter Jessic, Klaas Olsen, that's the top 4 in Spec 997. We had Resende starting right by John Gunter, and they were starting on row number 3, and Resende now able to get the jump. Claudio Kemp in that beautiful 1970 911, now running in 6th position overall in the light blue machine there. And both Resende and Kemp have opened up almost 10 car lengths on John Gunter back in 7th.
Yeah, as the field starts to get spread out here on the front, Greg, we're not seeing the battle as we saw yesterday between Dale Rye and Andy Pastor. Those two were kind of nose to tail trying to catch Walter Jessic there earlier on in that race yesterday as they got back into the back half of our Spec Boxster field. That's when everything started to spread out even more. Now it seems these 2 drivers, while they're still kind of close together, they're starting to open up over Walter Jessic, and now throw in Klaas Olsen in that 850 machine. That was a driver that was way back yesterday during that sprint race, and then to come back here and now sitting in 4th place right now in that 997 class. Pretty good run right out of the gate.
Yeah, yesterday, Klaas Olsen, he finished 4th in class, but he was, Brian, almost 45 seconds back from yesterday's winner, Walter Jessic. So Jessic currently running 3rd and quite a bit off our 2 leaders currently. If he's looking to repeat here for our 2nd of 3 races this weekend, he's going to have to get on the stick there. As we got, again, this is not an in-class battle right now that we're watching, but Alex Resende in the light blue 911, and then Claudio Kemp in the GT4 class, one right behind. And actually, I'm saying that that Resende is in a blue car. It's not exactly blue, except for a little bit at the rear. But Claudio Kempf in the bright blue number 66, who's now coming down the inside, trying to make a run in that 1970 era's 911. Just doesn't seem to have the pace of the I-Class car ahead on the straightaway, but he goes so much deeper on the brakes. And so move Claudio Kempf now up in the 5th place overall, getting around Alex Resende, our I-Class leader, drop him back to 6th.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg, while Resende was really having that battle with Kemp in that 66 machine, that's allowed John Gunter, where there was quite a bit of a distance between those 3 cars at this point. That distance is pretty much shrunk down now a little bit. So now John Gunter starting to reel in Alex Resende after having that battle with Claudio Kemp in that 66 machine. So while they went up into the top of the hill at turn 1, you can see right here, that's the closest Gunter has been right now so far in this race after 2 laps over trying to catch Alex Resende.
And Brian, a little bit further back in the field, I've also been watching because I know we had at least a couple people in the chat were asking a little bit about the SP3 battle yesterday. Tanner Market taking the win by, I think, almost a minute and a half, and Market just on the very first lap now with actually now 2 laps in the books as they just came across the start-finish line, has opened up over an 8-second lead on the 2nd place driver in the class, and that is Henry Carter. It's another 3.5 seconds back to Joe Donovan, but great battle starting to come up here between Donovan and Provenzano at the back of the SP3 class. But that has been something that Tanner Market has just been able to walk away with so far here this weekend.
Yeah, and we've seen that pretty much all season long with Tanner Market in that SP3, that kind of walks away a little bit, comes back to the field, and then turns it back on. It gets clear air and then is able to run away and open that up even more. So with that 8.5 second lead right now, that's not unheard of from that driver.
All right, as we're now back to the Spec Boxster field, where yesterday's winner, Aiden Meek, has now opened up a very small advantage over Nick Malloy. Meek in the silver and red machine, Malloy in another one of our green cars. There goes the green 461 machine as they come through turn 11, the hairpin. Hunter Allen on a bit of a recovery drive. He's made his way back up the 4th, just behind the black and silver machine, the 717 of Earl Harrington now. And yesterday in Spec Boxster, as we mentioned, Meek took the win with Walker 2nd. Hunter Allen, who is the fastest of all of our Spec Boxster drivers now, and it looks like he's going to try and go around the outside of Earl Harrington as they go into turn 12. Runs very wide, but he's going to get the pass done to move Hunter Allen up in the 4th position, with Stephen Watkins back behind that pair of Hunter Allen and Earl Harrington. Watkins sitting in 5th with Chris McDuff in 6th. But it was Meek, Walker, Allen, then Harrington, and then Sagar Dawan, who is currently sitting back in 7th position. And Dawan started this race in 4th. The starting order for today's race, today's first races of the day, Brian, based on the fastest lap times from yesterday's races. And so Dawan, a little caught out, much like Hunter Allen was, has lost 3 positions here in the opening 2 laps. He's in the red 99, and he's got quite a bit of he's got to find a little bit of time there to get back up to the yellow 372 of McDuff.
Yeah, Darwan in that Lightning McQueen paint scheme there in that 501 just now is the last red car there coming up the hill. And you were talking about Hunter Allen the lap before. It's a good thing they don't have track limits here when he went to go make that pass over Earl Harrington, because he used every bit of that track limits there.
I thought he was going to be joining some of the spectators over in the first row of the bleachers there.
Yeah.
For minutes.
Go over there, grab something to eat, and then pick it back up as the field comes back by. Yeah, no, again, Greg, I'm looking at some of these cars, even in these 997, even these Spec Caymans, looking at them. Look, everybody is really struggling for grip right now.
Yeah.
Even worse than they were yesterday morning, right around this time, because this is when their practice time was yesterday, and they struggle. And we talked about it during the races yesterday, but most definitely struggling today. It is a little bit chillier out there, although the sun is starting to come up, very cloudy this morning as the racing got started here out on track. But these guys, these drivers, really trying to find grip anywhere and everywhere they can.
Yeah, so the temps over in Austin right now, about 60, 61 degrees. But, as you can see, looking at our cameras, somewhat overcast. You're not going to have, at least initially, the sun beating down on the pavement to warm things up any. So, these drivers are going to pretty much have to deal with what they've got here as we continue to watch this battle in Spec Boxster, as they now are leaders in Spec Boxster, making their way past a couple of our 944s. And that was the silver gray 944 of Ryder Pluff. He's our sole SP2 racer this weekend. And you see there is Pluff is keeping his car all the way to the outside, going through turns 15 and 16 to let that Spec Boxster battle through.
Yeah. Tell you what, we may want to pick up. Here's our overall leaders here again. I was just getting ready to say, if we go back into it, you can see here where they are in heavy traffic right now with Dale Rye. Walter Jessic has now moved up into second place right there, not too far away from Andy Pastor in that 102. So again, Greg, this is what we saw yesterday as our overall leaders start to catch the back half of this Spec Boxster field. You've got a lot of battles going on, and I think this is where Walker really starts to, push the issue a little bit and able to get through that traffic a heck of a lot easier.
Yeah, and so Walker, and we mentioned yesterday that Walker is here. He's one of three Jessics in the field here this weekend, and both he and his brother got into PCA club racing a number of years ago. Walker's been racing for about 15 years. His dad, who we'll see in just a little while in our next race group, brought he and his brother in on the side, does a lot of rock climbing and mountain biking and skiing, so it doesn't surprise me that Walker also likes getting his aggression out behind the wheel of a race car. Now calling Denver, Colorado home. However, he calls the Hill Country region of the Porsche Club of America, which is one of our three hosts this weekend, calls his region of record his home region.
Not only do we have a battle there in that 997, really for the top four cars, that's coming into your screen right there. Also, a little bit further back too, Greg, we were talking about that I-class battle. John Gunter has gotten past Alex Resende. Again, remember, we were talking about them where they were having some problems with Claudio Kemp getting by them with Alex. He was able to do that. Kemp was able to move forward, but Resende now is falling back in the clutches of John Gunter in that yellow and white number 22, going to be just behind this blue 66 of Claudio Kemp, getting ready to come up in your screen. He was able to make that pass coming out of turn number 19 last time by. So
yeah, and so as you mentioned that with Gunter getting around Resende, so Resende took the win yesterday in the number 46 machine, but margin of victory was only about 0.6 of a second, and Gunter, who had the fastest lap of the race in between the pair, was almost 0.8 of a second faster. He was coming. I think if there was just one more lap, Gunter may have pulled off that first race win as well. So we'll see here. Still a lot of time left, as we've got just about 16 minutes left in this very first race. Again, quite a bit of time. Let's do this, Brian, as we are now about halfway through our first race of the day, first of four races we're going to be bringing to you here from Circuit of the Americas and the Career of the Americas. Let's take a quick break, thanks to our partners and sponsors, and then we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag in this green group race presented by Track Day Tire. Universal Retail Displays is a global custom designer and manufacturer of semi-permanent and permanent merchandising displays and retail environment solutions. With over 50 years' experience, Universal's capabilities combine creative and engineering designs with full-service manufacturing and distribution facilities. Our process delivers well-tested, captivating solutions which drive measurable results for iconic brands worldwide. We partner with our customers to design unique, innovative merchandising solutions that build brand awareness, attract shoppers' attention, and deliver winning results at retail. Based in Lewisville, Texas, visit us online at udfc.com to learn more.
The Bull was founded in 1983 by Dennis and Karen Bull in a small salon in University Park. Originally introduced in Dallas to luxury watch brands and fine Italian jewelry, the company quickly grew. De Bull has built a reputation for exquisite fine jewelry. Over more than 3 decades, it has also become a key partner of Patek Philippe, an authorized dealer for premier Swiss watchmakers like Rolex, Blancpain, Girard-Perregaux, Glashütte, Tudor, and others. In 2015, De Bull expanded into Houston's River Oaks district, later unveiling an expanded location in 2022 with dedicated Patek Philippe and Rolex salons and a warm hospitality lounge. The next generation, Mick and Emma Bull, has joined the family business, bringing a fresh vision while preserving timeless traditions. Learn more about the De Bull experience by visiting DeBull, that's spelled DEBOULLE.com.
And welcome back to Circuit of the Americas. It's the 2025 Carrera of the Americas presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Hill Country, Maverick, and Lone Star regions of the PCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, while we're watching this great fight for the Spec 997 lead, let's just go and reset the field. There in Spec 997, it's Dale Rye, Andy Pastor, Walter Jessic, and Klaas Olsen. Yesterday, Jessic was your winner. Walker Jessic, pardon me. Even see, Brian, you've got me saying
I'm
Walter
sitting here laughing at
well.
you because it's like, hey, I started it.
That's right. So it's like Bob and Mike. Oh,
Yeah.
going for a big ride there in Spec 997. That is Andy Pastor, and he may have ended up in San Antonio at the Riverwalk, Brian. He locked them up and just went straight off into the runoff there at the end of the straightaway. So now it's Dale Rye, Walker Jessic, Klaas Olsen, and we'll see here. David Hodges was a full at bat, and there's something else going on there.
Yeah, I think Pastor has a problem with the brakings in
Yeah.
that car or he really couldn't see out of his helmet because he was so mad.
Well, I'll tell you, when you go uphill, it's so hard to lock up the brakes going up Big Red, but he somehow managed to do it. Yeah, might have had an ABS failure or something, as we just lost, I think, one of our possible leading Spec Boxsters.
Maybe Chris McDuff.
I think that was Chris McDuff, who was sitting in 6th position in the number 372 machine, who has now parked himself off track over by turn 7. But Brian, here, let me try and reset the field. So it's Rye, Jessic, Olsen, and then Pastor in Spec 997, and we'll see. I would expect Pastor probably to bring that car down the pit lane soon enough. That may put David Hodges up into 4th position. In the I class going by, it is John Gunter, your leader, with Alex Resende running in 2nd. In the GTC 1 class, our sole racer is Alan Benjamin. And in SP3, Tanner Marcotte now with about, I think somewhere along the lines, I'm waiting for David Provenzano to come across the line. He'll be doing that in just a few moments. But Marcotte has about 30 seconds on Provenzano, with Henry Carter in 3rd, Joe Donovan sitting in 4th, and actually the margin 26 seconds between Marcotte and Provenzano. In Spec Boxster, it is Adam Meek, yesterday's winner. Currently your leader, Nick Malloy, running in 2nd. Hunter Allen has worked his way up to 3rd. We saw that happen a couple laps ago. Earl Harrington in 4th. In Spec Cayman, Dominic Belvedere is your leader in the 556 machine. He's got about 4 seconds now on Scott Gill. Bill Miller, another 15 seconds back from there. That's your top 3. And in GT4, Claudio Kempf with over a minute on Espacia Zoris. So we'll check in on them in just a little bit, as we're now watching the Spec Boxster battle. And Brian, do I see what I think I see? Hunter Allen getting around Aiden Meek to take the lead in Spec Boxster.
No, I think he's still in the battle for 2nd. I think Aiden Meek is leading. He's leading by about almost 2 seconds. Yeah, so he's up there. So the battle is really between Hunter Allen, Nicholas Malloy, in Earl Harrington. And then you got to go back, another 9 seconds to Stephen Watkins. But I tell you what, watching them come through turn 20, Hunter Allen got a great run off of that. And you can see it because that has definitely worked as they've gotten now in through turn 7, turn 8, made that pass up through turn 1 and down through the S's.
Well, and Brian, we're already seeing Hunter Allen starting to stretch things out over Nicholas Malloy. And the last time around, you talked about that great run out of the final corner that Allen had. He was almost 0.8 of a second faster than our leader, Aiden Meek, on that last lap. So we'll actually, I take that back. He was about 0.2 off, looking at the wrong column on my timing. But he's definitely coming. It looks like he's already started to open things up on Malloy and Harrington behind. Let's jump back up to this I-Class battle, if we can, between John Gunter in the yellow, number 22, Alex Resende in the not very blue, number 46 machine.
Right there. It's almost a silver. It's got a touch of blue right on the back, right on the back quarter panel.
I was going to say you have to see it from the rear, which is never the shot that we have as they come out of the hairpin and start to make the rundown turn towards turn 12. And this is where I think Resende has. I think his car's got a little bit more in the way of legs on the Gunter machine. But there you go, Gunter now opening up maybe 15 car lengths on Alex Resende. When they crossed the line to complete lap number 8, it was a little bit less than a second. Hey, if it was Formula One, they'd be in DRS range. But I don't think that is the case any longer.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Again, you can really see, and I think a lot of that had to do with traffic from earlier on, and I think Resende may have used up his tires. Now, looking at both of those cars, Greg, they look like they're painted the same, just different, colors in there. I'm wondering if they are out of the same stable.
Yeah, I would suspect that they probably are. And we'll see. Unfortunately, I don't have any information on what shops either of those cars are out of. But I guess based on the livery, I would suspect that they probably are.
Looking at both of them, like I said, Resende's is more of a gray and almost that darker blue, as we talked about on that back. So here comes our battle of our overall leaders. Now, Greg, they're starting to, and we saw this yesterday, they're starting to come into the into the top leaders. There goes Meek. There goes Allen. They're starting to come into this Spec Boxster race. We saw this yesterday where it was Walker Jessup was able to get through it pretty cleanly, Dale Rye, and then you had the other one there that just didn't get through it, and that's what enabled Walker Jessup to go ahead and pull away
Andy
and open up.
Yesterday,
yeah, Andy
exactly.
Pastor, yes.
They ended up hitting getting to the Spec Boxster traffic, coming through the stadium section, going through turns 13, 14, 15, and 16, the tightest sections of the course here. And it really ended up separating them. It also separated, truth be told, the front of the Spec Boxster field as well. Now, Brian, that last time by, as we were looking at pace of the Spec Boxsters, as our 997 racers get around Hunter Allen there, Aiden Meek reset his personal best. There he is in the red and silver Boxster, just leaving our view. Aiden Meek just turned in a 2:32 flat. And that was 1.1 seconds faster than Hunter Allen. And we've noticed, and we've seen where Allen, who is the fastest of the Spec Boxster racers yesterday, has really started to stretch out an advantage over third, fourth, and fifth place over Nick Malloy, Earl Harrington, and Stephen Watkins. He's lapping almost a second faster than those racers are, but Meek has just been putting on a clinic here so far this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely running a fantastic race. Again, we talked about it earlier with him winning yesterday, actually gave the championship there to Robbie Wilson, we believe, over Rob Walker. So you mentioned that Rob Walker not running this race here this morning, so not sure if he's left the facility or just decided not to run this morning and will run this afternoon.
And as we mentioned, we do have a lot more on the schedule for you here today. We're going to have one more race for this green group, for our Spec 997s, for our Spec Boxsters, and for all of the other classes out here. They are scheduled to take to the track just after lunch at 1 p.m. Central Time. That's 2 o'clock Eastern Time. So definitely want to see here. Again, things are not wrapped up yet. There's still a lot of time, Brian. 5 minutes on the clock in this 30-minute race. I think it only seems long for our Spec Boxster racer who's sitting there watching everything go by. Chris McDuff in that yellow 372 machine. I don't think he was able to get out of the car and get behind the wall. Typically for that, they're going to want to keep the driver in the car. That's the safest place for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's just watching all the drivers go around coming through. And I'm seeing here that we just had, I believe he was one of our leaders earlier on. We had, I think it may have been, is that Nicholas Malloy that just came down pit road? So Nicholas Malloy, who was up in the top 3 there in that Spec Boxster, he just pulled down off of down onto pit lane, Greg. So
yeah, so that's now going to move Earl Harrington in the 717 machine, the black and silver Boxster. It'll now move him up into 3rd position, the last podium-paying position. Stephen Watkins up in the 4th. Sagar Darwan, who yesterday, I believe, finished 4th. He now is up into 5th place, right where he started after having lost a couple of spots on the start of this opening laps of this race.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, the driver that's really benefiting all of this, and he was kind of way back there for a while. We talked about it with Claudio Kemp in that 66 in that GT4 machine. He's now right in the thick of the overall win here. As you can see them coming up right now out of turn number 19, getting ready to come into turn 20. We'll see how they get off of turn 20 here and head up towards the front stretch. But I tell you what, they've got that, I believe that's one of those 944s that are in front of them.
Yeah.
And then you have the 515 kind of in between there as well. So Claudio Kemp not getting the run off the corner there. So he's going to drop back just a little bit back from that with Richard Eggleston holding him up there. So you can see there's the gap there when they came off. But our 2 front leaders there in that 997, Dale Rye and Walker Jessic, they're going to go side by side there through turn 1, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And so that was the number 230, kind of periwinkle blue Porsche 944 of David Provenzano, currently running 2nd in SP3, about 40 seconds back from Tanner Market. Did a good job keeping the car all the way to the outside there as our Spec 997 leaders make it through. And he's looks like he's still carrying pretty darn good pace there through the S's is Provenzano. And Provenzano at the moment running, where is he? He's running 16th. So right at the actually top half of the field there, and good run for him. And we'll check in with them, and I think he's got Richard Eggleston. He's in the black 911, our H-class driver in the 515 machine, our only H-class racer right behind him. There they are. Just as the Spec Boxsters now coming up. And look at this, Brian. Big changes as Hunter Allen had I'll call it an average lap, but Aiden Meek had a far below par for him lap.
Yeah.
Turned a 235 on the previous lap, and I think a lot of that had to do with traffic, both trying to get through slower traffic and having faster traffic come through. And Hunter Allen now is in the hunt. He is only 3 car lengths back from our Spec Boxster leader.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Greg, and you mentioned earlier, if he did have a wing, this is where he would be hitting a DRS to try to catch up there, because he is definitely in the draft. So definitely, that 3-second difference in lap time has definitely moved him up. And we've got one car going to go off a little bit, go wide on entry into turn number 15. That slowed Aiden Meek even more, Greg. So again, traffic really becoming a problem for Aiden Meek, really struggling to get through there.
All right, Brian, as our Spec 997 racers come through the final corner, through turn 20 and onto the front straight, they're going to see the white flag. Just one more circuit of the Americas, about 3.4 miles ahead of them. Walter Jessic, your leader, Claudio Kempf in second, Dale Rye now in third as they come over the top of Big Red.
Yeah, I tell you what, Walker, I think was saving some of those tires here towards the end of this race because he seems like he is definitely going a little bit faster. Obviously, he was 2 seconds faster than Dale Rye. But again, remember, Claudio Kemp got up into that 997 battle, battling earlier on with Walker Jessic as well, able to get around him, but then fell back. And now all of a sudden he's right on that back bumper. Walker Jessic.
Yeah, again, in the overall scheme of things, if Claudio Kemp were to get around Walter Jessic, as long as Jessic didn't fall into the clutches of the other Spec 997 cars, doesn't really mean much except maybe for pride and having the overall win. But this has been a great run for Claudio Kemp as he's worked his way through the field now and works his way all the way up to the front.
Yeah, been kind of battling, like you said, with Walker pretty much the entire race, and then they both kind of fell back to the overall leaders. That was, obviously the Dale Rye and then Klaus Olsen. He kind of moved up there as well. Again, traffic's really becoming a challenge here this weekend, Greg. We saw it yesterday, and we're seeing it again today, especially in this group where drivers are just not getting off the corners the way they should. And then what's happening is then it just becomes a big, huge cluster there as Claudio Kemp tries to go around another car through that turn number 12 and 13.
Yeah, I think that might have been Steve Coombs in the 23 Spec Cayman that he just got around. As our leaders now coming through the stadium section, they're going to be hitting, and hopefully not hitting, but hitting the Grand Plaza area, that big triple apex right-hander, turn 16 and 17 as they come through. Only 2 more corners remain. And I'll tell you, Kev is going for that overall win if he could get it. But at the moment, it looks like it is going to be Walker Jessic with just 1 more corner. Jessic comes onto the front straight, goes right into the groove at the apex there, rises up the small little hill, much bigger hill, but that's going to be after the checkered flag, and taking the win in race number 2 for the second day in a row, for the second race in a row. It's Walker Jessic. Claudio Kemp is going to win GT4, finish second. Dale Rye, Klaus Olsen, your top 4. And now coming out of the final corner, it's our leaders in Spec Boxster. And as they come to the line, it is going to be Aiden Meek. He's going to hold off Hunter Allen 9/10 of a second at the line, separating them. Earl Harrington just now coming out of the final corner, and he comes across the line. He'll finish in third. Stephen Watkins in the 117 machine, he will finish in fourth. And let's track is we'll switch over and give you a full rundown here in just a moment. But great run across the field here, Brian, as we've got a number of our other drivers coming across and completing their final laps. Dominic Belvedere in the 556 Spec Cayman. There he is coming out of turn 19, and comes out of the final corner. Dominic Belvedere, he's going to take the win in Spec Cayman. Scott Gill in the 158 machine comes out of the final corner. He's coming to the line now. He is in the blue and black, number 158. He will finish second in Spec Cayman. Bill Miller in another blue and black machine. He comes out of the final corner now, and Bill Miller will come across in third place in Spec Cayman. Trying to see some of our other large classes and see if we've got people who have crossed the line. Let's see. Claudio Kemp, who, of course, we know finished second overall, taking the win in GT4. Espacia Zoris, I believe in this group, not in this group, looking for the orange Boxster. Espacia, she'll come home in second. There she goes. She was in that group. Almost 2 minutes back from Kemp. Patrick Perronet will finish in third. And then we've got Richard Eggleston in the 515 Black 911. He is our sole racer in the class, and he comes home looking to see where he finished up. Finished up 19th overall. Did the H-class racer. Ryder Pluff will take the win in SP2. He's our sole SP2 racer. And And if we look in GTC1, Alan Benjamin is your sole racer. The I-Class, Brian, that we were covering, John Gunter took the win, and Resende retiring 3 laps early. So John Gunter taking the win in race number 2. And then finally, I believe Spec Cayman. We talked about Belvedere, Scott Gill, Bill Miller. Your top 3, Jay Walker, came home in 4th as we run down those final standings for you on the screen. So, Brian, before we break for lunch, we've got one more race this morning scheduled to start it's scheduled to start, right about now?
A minute ago.
Yeah, exactly, as these racers are now coming off the line. So let's do this. Let's take our break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, it's our red group. It's the big boys. It's the Cup cars and the GT4 cars here at Circuit of the Americas with the 2025 Carrera of the Americas. Please stay with us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, just outside of Austin, Texas. Matter of fact, there is Austin, right off in the view. There it is, the Carrera of the Americas, presented by the Porsche Club of America, the Hill Country region, Hill Country region, pardon me, Maverick and Lone Star regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, it is now time for our second Red Group race of the weekend, second of three. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the green and black GTA 4 2023 Cup car, it's Rene Robichaux. That's the number 91 machine. Bob Mueller is going to start, is scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. And there's Bob, as we've got the onboard video working once again. He is driving the number 28 black and teal GTA 3 2017 Cup car. Matt Siegel will start third today, right behind our camera car. Matt is in the GTA 4 class. He's driving the number 267 silver 2023 Cup car. Blake McGovern also in the GTA 4 class, also in a silver Cup car. This a 2025 chassis will start fourth. Starting fifth today in GTA 4 in a 2024 Cup car, it's Joel Johnson. Frank Vidiello, also in GTA 4, will start sixth. He's in the red and white number 248 machine. Kevin Roush will start seventh today. He's our pole sitter in the GTA 2 class in a 997 series Cup car. That's a 2005 car. He starts again seventh. Bill Fennick had a lot of issues yesterday. He showed speed, but not the finish I'm sure he wanted. He's going to start eighth today in the 015 silver Cup car. He is running in GTA 4. Keith Jessic, like Walker Jessic. Actually, this is Walker's father, Keith. He is going to start ninth. He's in the 112 machine. That's the white, yellow, and green 2021 Cup car, and is your pole sitter in GTC 8. Julio De Jesus is in the GTC 7 class. He's your pole sitter in that class in the white and blue 2019 Cup car. The number 12 machine starts 10th. Starting 11th in the 464 2022 Cup car in the GTC 8 class, it's Keith McGovern with Griffin Fuji, also in GTC 8, starting 12th. He is in the red 2023 machine. Then we've got starting lucky 13th, it's Scott Neal. He's also in GTC 8. He's in a silver 2022 Cup car. That's the 264. David DeCote will start 14th. Pardon me. He's in the number 6 GTC 6 2016 Cup car. Then we've got Valley Prodescu starting 15th, driving the number 100 GTC 7 machine. That's a 2016 era Cup car with Michael Williams in the GTC 7 2019 Cup car. He will start 16th. Starting 17th on the inside of row number 9, it is Mark Poling. Mark is racing in the GTC 7 class. He's in the white and green number 219. Doug Lawson will start 18th. He's driving the number 21 GTD 3 class, 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. He's your pole sitter in GTD 3. Also in GTD 3, starting on the inside of row number 10, that is in 19th position. It's the number 77 of Tom Burke. Brianna Ogden, also in GTD 3, will start right alongside Burke in the number 14 Club Sport. Wayne DeCote will start 21st today. He is in the number 80 gray and green 992 chassis. He is in the GTA 4 class alongside Charles Barnes, who starts 22nd, also in GTA 4 in the black and gold 2023 Cup car. That's the 119 machine. Ted Cusack will start 23rd. Tad is driving the number 115 GTD 3 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. That's the blue and purple machine. And he'll start alongside John Audette, driving the number 44 GTA 2 red and gray 2012 Cup car. As our front row is bringing the field out of the final corner, Rene Robichaux, Bob Mueller lined up with another 36 cars behind him, waiting for the green, and there it is, and we are underway here at Circuit of the Americas for our second Red Group race of the weekend. Bob Mueller from the outside gets a good jump as the rest of the field spreads out behind. Robichaux, though, he runs very, very tight to the apex and then pushes very wide on exit. We got one driver who I think the apex curbing was just a suggestion for him as he went through the red and white paint there, pops back over. We'll try try and get the number on that car. But all of our racers now make it through turn one. Jumping out, though, Bob Mueller with Robichaux running wide through turn one, jumps to an early lead.
Yeah, I tell you what, Mueller ended up spinning yesterday, Greg, when he was out towards the front. I don't believe that's Mueller. That's not Mueller in the front. That may be Matthew Siegel.
Wow.
In the 267 who jumped up. And again, Matthew Siegel and Blake McGovern in that GT4 class had a great run. We know Rene Robichaux had those problems yesterday afternoon during that race while leading. Mueller ends up spinning as we got one car going really, really wide again. Really pushing those track limits, Greg.
Yeah.
Getting everything you can.
And that was Wayne DeCote in the gray GT4 RS Club Sport running third, or actually your GTA 4 leader, trying to hold off Charles Barnes behind.
Yeah, I tell you what, getting back to the Mueller story real quick, I asked him when we were on the podium yesterday, I said, did you just fall back because you got a bad run out of one of the corners? He goes, oh no, I spun. And had a big old smile on his face and then fought back as hard as he did. But again, Matthew Siegel getting the great start that he did in that 267 machine. He is now going to pick up and possibly lead that first lap there over Rene Robichaux. Bob Mueller sitting back there in fourth, and I believe that is Blake McGovern sitting back in the fourth or fifth position.
Fifth position, yeah, with Joel Johnson in the multicolored, almost like the puzzle car. back right behind there in the number 70 machine as they come through the final two corners through turn 18, and then we've got the red and white Frank Vidiello there as well, right at the back of that lead pack, and Vidiello in the GTA 4 class as well. Bill Fennick drops a position to Kevin Roush. And looks like Keith Jessic having some issues on the opening lap, Brian. Comes across the line. Keith Jessic losing 5 positions, falling all the way back to 15th in the white, green, and yellow GTC 8 machine, giving up the lead in class to Keith McGovern, to Scott Neal ahead, and Griffin Fuji. So Keith Jessic goes from your pole sitter in GTC 8 back to 4th in class.
Yeah, pretty much a struggle right now. Again, we were talking about this earlier, Greg, with the grip. I just have a feeling that is part of, Keith's, Keith right now really struggling to find grip anywhere on this racetrack. As Joel Johnson goes really, really wide again, like everybody trying to go on the outside of that white line. It's like, don't touch the white line, go up hard into the green, you'll get better grip. That's really what it seemed, because it seemed pretty much the front half of our field went wide on that turn there in turn number 11.
All right, and so yesterday you were talking about, of course, Bob Mueller, who's in the GTA 3 class, that he had problems that he had with his spin. Rene Robichaux had his issues as well towards the end of yesterday's race. Matthew Siegel, our current leader, took the win in GTA 4 over Blake McGovern, with Joel Johnson finishing in third, Frank Vitello finishing in fourth, as we go back on board with GTA 3 racer Bob Mueller.
Again, you can see, look at those hands moving there, Greg. It just coming out of that turn right there, just zero grip that he's fighting right there to try to catch up to Rene Robichaux along with Matthew Siegel in that 267 in our leader in GTA 4.
Yeah, and Brian, it's interesting watching this as we've got a driver off at 16, and see here, that might have been Kevin Roush in the 960 car.
I was going to say, I wonder if that is Rad. Looks like Roush's car in the 960.
Well, actually, that's a newer chassis.
That's Blake McGovern. That is actually
right.
Blake McGovern in that number 24 machine. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to drop considerably in the order now as he gets that car back up to speed. But Brian, I was going to say, as we were watching Bob Mueller really fighting the wheel in the car, in that car yesterday, when this group went out for qualifying, it was early afternoon yesterday. And you were talking about how the temperatures were maybe a little bit lower than expected, but certainly during the race, at around 5:20, the sun was already down. But we're seeing Bob Mueller and some of these other racers really fighting not just rear grip, but on the nose of the car as well, getting a lot of understeer, maybe a lot more than they expected through a lot of these corners.
Yeah, a lot of these cars, a lot of these drivers, especially in that group of four in our green group, they really struggled on entry to all of these corners, really trying to get into the corner as quickly as possible. And what ended up happening is it upset the front of the nose of those cars, Greg. And then again, when you have no rear grip, you're doing it. I think we're starting to see a little bit of the same thing here. Drivers are trying to create the grip that's just not there. And that's really having to struggle with some of these cars. And we talked about Blake McGovern, spinning there in turn 16 and then regathering himself back up. Blake was up in the top couple spots there.
Yeah, and we're seeing already here in GTA 4 where Siegel and Robichaux, who just set fast lap, now those two drivers have really started to separate themselves out from Joel Johnson and Frank Vitello, running in the battle for third in GTA 4. And they've got Bob Mueller sitting right between them as we go on board now with Brianna Ogden. Ogden, who was sitting fifth in a 6-car GTD 3 field, managed to work her way up, I believe, to a podium yesterday in this class. She didn't have a great start, but actually she finished, showing that she finished second yesterday in GTD 3 behind Tom Burke. And I think I know Ted Cusack had an issue with 2 laps remaining. Cusack, who had been running, I think, almost 5 seconds ahead of Ogden, and then dropped just as if he just dropped off the side of a cliff there. And finished, I think, around 8 seconds back from Ogden at the line. And I think Doug Lawson had actually pitted in early and didn't take the checkered flag. So Brianna just trying to be consistent, and sometimes that consistency will get you a podium.
Yeah, remember Ray Ramirez also in the 51 in that class there had a spin as well, and then ended up bringing that car down early. So again, it's about being consistent out here. This is 3 point, it's a lot of miles, 3.426. So 20 turns. It's about being consistent on every single turn that you come to, because that is going to propel you up the standing, because at some point in a 30-minute race, mistakes are more than likely going to be made at some point when you start to race other groups, as we have 11 classes in this group.
Yeah, indeed. And let's stick here, if we can, for just a moment with this group, pardon me, Jordan, as we're watching the battle for second right now in GTB1. There are 2 black and pink Caymans. We're actually watching the second, basically the third and fourth cars in this group. That's Sean Keeler in the 174 machine, and then David Nelson in the green number 912. And Nelson made up a ton of ground coming up to turn 1 and going into big red with these 2 cars directly ahead. So a great run for him, and we'll see again. Very tightly contested there for second as it stands right now. Luke Oxner in the black 777. He's already on the back straight. We talked a little bit about Luke yesterday, former MX5 Cup Pro Series winner at Portland International Raceway, but he's been spending most of his life running in Porsche Club of America Club Racing.
And I'm wondering, is that Brianna Ogden that's just in front of them in there? It looks like the same scheme.
As come through, I
right
believe.
There. I believe that may be her.
Is indeed, yeah. So right behind Oxner in the first black and pink, black and red car, Conrad Park. But indeed, that is Brianna Ogden in the white 14, leading that group, and she's now starting to inch away from them. She's got a little bit more pace.
Yeah, she's got about 3 car lengths lead on that second group that you were just talking about in that GTB1 battle with Keeler and Nelson. So again, starting to pull away in that black and pink car, but it did look like they were coming up on her, and she's been part of that battle there again.
Yeah.
That's not for class, right? So at that point, it's like, where do you make that judgment to say, hey, either I have to stay out in front of you because it does look like she may be holding up Sean Keeler in that 174 as well as David Nelson in that 912.
I was going to say that that they are just locked right on her bumper at this point. And yes, actually, that's the white machine just up ahead with the Martini livery. That's Dennis Mitchell in the 432, the GTD3 car that we saw ahead of Ogden. But so you got Ogden in one of the black and pink machines, then Keeler, then Nelson right behind. And unfortunately, we don't have the rear view mirror from Ogden, but I'd imagine she's spending a lot of time looking in that mirror right now to see where those cars are.
Yeah, as we go back to Bob Mueller, it'd be interesting to see the difference in hand movements as Bob getting ready to come out of turn number 20 here, head up the front stretch, up into that turn one, big red. The difference in the hand positions and the different of the hand movements that what she is fighting and what he is fighting here is it looks like he's trying to get by. That is actually Matt Siegel there in the 267. Again, that's not a battle for class, that's battle for overall, where Rene Robichaux has pulled away quite a bit by about 4 seconds over this group right here. Remember, Rene had that problem late in the race yesterday, Greg, so it does seem like that has been fixed.
Yeah, indeed. And so Mueller kind of stalking our early leader, Matt Siegel, who is falling back in the second there. But also, Brian, as we were watching on board with Mueller, you can tell his hands are not nearly as busy as the cars. The tires have come up the temperature. Let's watch here as they come into the hairpin, and a lot of good front end grip there. And the rear end doesn't seem to walk out at all, that he's basically just making one steering input and then easing back onto the throttle.
Yeah.
Car looks much happier now as he gets a great run down out of the hairpin going into turn 12. So much later on the brakes, Brian. You just saw there as Mueller was still accelerating, and then all of a sudden Siegel just... he put on, I think he got onto the binders probably a good 15 feet ahead of Bob Mueller.
Yeah. Again, both cars really struggling. Here comes Robichaux right now. So again, you can see the gap between him and Mueller. It's going to be interesting to see, with just under 17 minutes left to go, how much does Mueller close that gap on Robichaux? We talked about this in the opening, Greg. These two drivers, everywhere we go, there always seem to be one and two, although Matt Siegel not going away right now from Bob Mueller as they come out of turn 20 and head up by the start-finish line right there. You can see that he's able to pull away a little bit, but when it gets down into braking, I think Siegel's car handles just a little bit better than that number 28 machine of Bob Mueller. Slower car right there in front of them that they're going to Mueller's going to get ready to come up on. Quick work of that. So that was a pretty quick work down in 2 and 3. And now Siegel's got to get by that car. That's going to slow him up a little bit more as Joel Johnson is the next car that's going to come through.
They're actually coming up on that fight that we were watching just a little while ago, Brian. That looks as though they may have dispatched with Brianna Ogden.
Yeah, car really getting loose there. So Matthew Siegel's car not getting through that hairpin, Greg. As this race is going on, it seems like that is a real struggle on entry, and having to really wait almost until he's in the straightaway before he can pick up the throttle.
Yeah, as again the drivers that they're working through. I think that's Sean Keeler and David Nelson over in the GTB1 class that they were working clear of.
Yeah, I tell you what, Keeler has opened up over David Nelson. Nelson getting stuck behind that Brianna Ogden machine. There they are right there. Mueller going down underneath. So both of our in-car cameras right there making their way through turn number 15 and headed back up. So again, it does look like that Keeler has pulled away from that battle.
Now, if we could only do a side-by-side of our in-car.
Yeah, we have the 360. There's Ogden there. There's Mueller, and there goes Keeler there. So
Yeah,
Keeler's
he had to
getting
get
by.
that done going
Nelson,
through turn 18.
Sorry, that's Nelson.
Yeah, had to get that done going through 18.
And then Matt Siegel going by as well. So
Let's see if we could jump in, Brian, in the GTD2 class. Two Caymans, the white and gray and the white and black machine, Gianluca Petiti and Maria Mejia. And I think we may have just found them here coming in. I think this might be them coming into the hairpin and out of the hairpin. Again, battle for the lead in GTD2. Yep.
yeah, I do believe that. I do believe
they're
that
running
is
26th and 27th overall currently, but good fight going on here. If we take a look, I want to see where they finished up yesterday, with Mejia taking the win yesterday over Petiti, and margin of victory 0.15 of a second, Brian. So real close at the line. So another real close fight between them here once again, as we are just about midway through this race.
Petiti goes really wide.
Very wide.
It was almost a car. Again, Greg, that's what I'm talking about. You're trying to get the best you can getting on entry, and the car just didn't seem to want to turn there. That's kind of overdriving it. And that could have been a product of looking in the mirror before you got to the turn. You miss your entry, and that car just washes out as wide as it possibly can go.
Yeah, and that corner there, turn 16, Brian, is the tightest corner on the course, decreasing radius left-hander. And we've seen a couple of other drivers go off there as well as they come across the line. The difference at the line, by the way, Petiti, even with that off, just set personal best lap and separated out now by about 0.3 of a second.
And now we're going to go side by side. Yeah. Again, I think Petiti really trying to push the issue there the last couple of corners, Greg, especially going in really into turn 1, right? We saw it back in the back half of this racetrack in kind of turn 15, and then did the exact same thing there in turn 1. Not sure whether or not tires are going away, 18 minutes into this race, or whether or not Mejia just was able to get a better run out of the last couple of corners.
Well, and again, there are so many lines that you can take in the big red, and I think we've seen where if you turn in later and kind of square things off, you're not fighting the car nearly as much on exit and then coming down the hill, which is what we saw where Mejia got a great run going down into turn 2. That being said, Mejia looked really crossed up going through the S's, going through 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that has allowed Petiti to stay very, very close. And Petiti has shown to maybe not have the same overall pace, and it looks like Mejia gets a great run down into turn 12 as Petiti takes a look to the inside. But let's do this, Brian. We're a little bit past halfway in our first red group race of the day, presented by Michelin. Let's take, I think that was Matthew Siegel running very wide coming out of turn 10. But let's take a break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here in race number 2 for our red group. Please stay with us.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, O&P, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manabal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manabaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. Clubregistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas for the 2025 edition of the Carrera of Americas, presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Hill Country, Maverick, and Lone Star regions of the PCA as we go back on board with Bob Mueller. And look, Brian, he's only got 58% battery remaining now.
Means he charged it up overnight.
That's right. As Mueller is running about 0.3 of a second faster than Rene Robichaux, our overall leader at the moment, but he is about 5 seconds in arrears. Actually, less than that now, I think, as they're coming into the final corner and onto the front. Actually, that's one of our GT4 RS Club Sports ahead of him. There's Robichaux crossing over the top of turn one in that green and black machine. Quickly, let's reset the field here, and we will start with GTA 4 with Rene Robichaux, your leader. Matthew Siegel in the 267 machine. He led early on, but he's now 11 seconds back in second. Joel Johnson in third. In GTA 3, Bob Mueller is your only racer in the class. And if we go over, take a look at GTA 2, Kevin Roush, currently your leader, and he is lapping about 7 seconds faster than Jean Audet, who's our only other racer in the GTA 2 class today. In GTD 3, Tom Burke has the lead over Doug Lawson and Ted Cusack, and about 17 seconds separating our top three racers in that class. Brianna Ogden, who was our in-car video driver for that class, she has retired back to the paddock. In GTD2 race that we were watching just before we went to break, Maria Mejia and Gianluca Petiti. And Brian, the margin now, Mejia's opened up almost 5 seconds on Gianluca Petiti. So big changes there in the course of a lap. I'd love to jump in, if we can, to the battle in GTC 8. Griffin Fuji in the orangish red with black hooded cup car, and Keith McGovern in the gray cup car, the 464 machine behind. They lead that class. Scott Neal's about 13 seconds back, but last time they came through, both Fuji and McGovern were separated maybe by 2 car lengths. So we'll try and check in on them there. David Kristoff leading Mark Hausman in GTD1.
Greg, we got one car spinning down there in turn number 12, and this is where the Fuji and that they're coming up on that right now. And that is that
I think that might be Siegel.
Yeah, that may be Siegel. Siegel having a problem. There goes the Griffin Fuji machine there in that GTC 8 battle with Keith McGovern right behind him in that 464. So they came up on that spin by, I believe that is Siegel.
All right, so let's watch this battle here. We'll see. I absolutely think you're right. I think that was Keith Siegel as he drops even further back in that battle in GTA 4. And that will likely put Joel Johnson up into second place in GTA 4.
Yeah. Again, Siegel, as this race is going on, had that problem. But there's a Griffin Fuji. There is the McGovern second car right there. They're starting to pull away from the car that they just, kind of put another lap down, but they were going through that incident there, and it looked like McGovern was going to make a move, kind of try to outbrake Griffin Fuji down in there, but not able to do that. Had to back out of it, and you can see that's where that momentum is kind of stalled right now. Still about a car length and a half back. Takes a different line through turn number 2 on the other side of that hill. So, again, trying to build up that momentum down through the S's.
Yeah, indeed. And so Fuji, his very first year racing with PCA, he's a 4-year member of the club. And Brian, he had, I guess probably the best way to put it is a mixed weekend at Road America over Labor Day.
Yeah, so unfortunately Griffin got mixed up with one of the other cars in another class in the Enduro, and then ended up having a horrific accident there towards the end of that. And it looks like he's now moved up into the GTC 8. I believe he was in GTC 7 before.
Yeah.
So now moving there. But, Griffin, he's got a lot of experience as well. I believe he said that he raced over
in Japan, I think.
In Japan, yeah. I think he's did some Porsche Carrera Cup races over there as well.
I was going to say the Pro Series, the Carrera Cup there out in Japan. And I think this may be the same chassis that he raced there as well. He mentioned that it still has the tech stickers from Suzuka.
Yeah, Suzuka. I was just reading. Yeah, just going through that. He definitely has that. So he's also building the YouTube channel focused on amateur racing to show the bit of behind the scenes and what goes into being able to race as a hobby.
Oh, wow.
And again, that's just meaning he's going to have a lot of money signs on the, on his YouTube channel. But, the channel is going to be named Griffin Fuji, and he's going to start posting videos here in the next month. So look for that. So if you want to find out really what goes on behind the scenes, look for Griffin Fuji's YouTube channel coming out here in December.
Well, we'll have to see if Keith McGovern might play a very big part in some of those opening episodes.
Yeah,
he is just absolutely hounding the 270 machine as they came out of turn 20 onto the front straight. And let's take a look as they come up the hill to Big Red.
Still about a car length and a half lead there for Fuji, but I tell you what, McGovern, and again, Greg, we've talked about this, and you talked about it earlier on. There are so many different lines you can take through, up Big Red and down through turn 1 into turn 2, and Fuji kind of takes kind of that driver's left line, and McGovern tries to stay wide and tries to come all the way down and around through it to build that momentum to come down into turn 2. It's just not able to make that stick, and it seems like it could be binding up a little bit on that car. So look for him possibly as we get down to the last couple laps, which we should be getting ready to come up to. Maybe McGovern changes his line going through there.
And Brian, it looks as though again, racers are going to be coming to the white flag, I think, next time by. Even with that spin that Matt Siegel had, he had such an advantage over Joel Johnson that he has managed to hang on to maintain second place in GTA 4, third place overall. As we see him still on a bit of a recovery. There he is. Still trying to get up to this battle between Fuji and McGovern. Fuji and McGovern, by the way, running 7th overall and 8th overall.
Yeah. Remember, they came up on him in this section right here, I believe, is where he did have that spin. So, again, trying to fight back as hard as they can to try to catch back up to that battle there. But again, Fuji and McGovern still going nose to tail right there. So Fuji's just that much, and we're going to come up on some slower traffic, Greg.
Yeah, I was going to just say there, Brian, and having to take evasive action was Keith McGovern.
Yeah,
there. Wow,
a car in the area that he wanted to take the track, which was his normal line, just not able to do it. And you're right.
Yeah, basically
had to take that evasive action, move over 2 drivers left there.
Wow,
that slower car being.
And by the way, I want to make clear here, the silver car that is coming up the hill now, that was right behind this battle that we've been watching between Fuji and McGovern, that is Bill Fennick in the 015 machine.
Okay.
That is not Matthew Siegel. Siegel is still running 3rd overall.
So maybe that was Fennec that spun and not Siegel. I think that's really what
Brian,
that was.
If we go back, we look back about 20 hours.
Yeah, I was going to
Fennec
say
had some issues over at turn 12 during yesterday's race as well. And I think that was actually the Fennec machine, not Matthew Siegel.
Yep. So I apologize to Matt Siegel. I know he had a bunch of people up on the podium yesterday when we were doing it, so we apologize to all those people. But when you have two cars that look almost identical, it becomes a little bit of a challenge. So.
All right, so Brian, as things are winding down and we are on the final lap here, Bob Mueller just resets fast lap as he comes to the line, turns in a 2:08.5, about 0.2 faster than Robichaux, but being about he's still a couple car lengths back.
Well, I think they've taken.
Machine, although he's getting awfully close here.
Well, I think they've taken the checkered flag, Greg. They took the checkered flag because Robichaux, as soon as he went by the start-finish line, really kind of slowed down. Because I was getting ready to say, Mueller's right there, and it looks like Robichaux really slowed down going into turn one.
I thought we had one more lap coming.
No.
So, on the last lap, Mueller did reset fast lap of the race, but Robichaux will take the win in GTA 4. Over Matthew Siegel and Joel Johnson. Frank Vitello finishing 4th in class. In GTA 3, our sole racer was Bob Mueller. He finishes 2nd overall. Kevin Roush will take the win in GTA 2, finishing 6th overall, while Griffin Fuji does manage to hold off Keith McGovern. Margin of victory in GTC 8, 1800ths of a second. They're going to finish 7th and 8th overall. If we move down, and I think Scott Neal will come home 3rd in that class, finishing 10th overall. Over in GTC 6, David Ducote just now coming across the line, and he will take the win in class. And looking to see who else there. Tell you what, I'm gonna switch over to a different view on my system here to be able to bring this up. David Ducote taking the win over Keith Clark and Conrad Park. In GTC 7, Julio De Jesus takes the win over Mark Poling, margin of victory 6.5 seconds. Michael Williams will come home in 3rd. Valley Prodescu had some mechanical issues yesterday, Brian. He did not take the green. Hopefully we'll see him for this afternoon's race. Over in GTB 1, Luke Oxner will take the win for the 2nd day in a row, with David Nelson finishing 2nd. Sean Keeler finishing about 10 car lengths back in 3rd from Nelson. Lawrence Trunk retires after only 7 laps. In GTD 1, David Kristoff takes the win, margin of victory over Mark Hausman, 21 seconds. And finally, I think the one class that we did, 2 classes that we didn't cover. GTD 3, Tom Burke takes the win over Doug Lawson, margin 5.5 seconds. Ted Cusack comes home in 3rd. Ray Ramirez will finish in 4th. And then finally in GTA 2, Kevin Roush takes the win over Jean Audette, who finishes a lap down. And we go with very Formula One-like as Bob Mueller, Rene Robichaux, and Matthew Siegel come to the line and stop there on the pit lane. They're going to go out and we'll have their, not going to have it on air, but should have their victory celebrations, podium celebrations coming up here in just a few moments. That is going to wrap up our coverage for this morning. We do have coming up next our 3rd and final Green Group race. That is going to be scheduled for just about an hour from now, 1 p.m. Central Time. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my clock. 2 hours from now, going to be 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and then following, it will be probably around 2:20 Central Time, 3:20 Eastern Time, our final red race of the day. And so that is a little bit of a change from our original schedule. So still a nice afternoon of racing coming up. We'll be back on air right about 1 p.m. Central Time, about 2 hours from now. So want to thank you all for joining us for this morning's coverage, and we'll see you in just a little bit for the afternoon.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow track day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the High Performance Driver Education Program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Circuit of the Americas, just outside of Austin, Texas, for the Carrera of the Americas, presented by the Porsche Club of America, the Hill Country region, the Maverick region, and the Lone Star region. Our three hosts here bringing you all the action. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we're coming up on our afternoon slate of races. First up is going to be our green group, and we're going to have a split start as we've done all weekend long. So let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole, driving the number 148 white and green 2009 997. He's in the spec 997 class. It's Walker Jessic. Class Olson in the number 850 911 Carrera, also in spec 997. He's in that silver car, and he starts second, starting on the inside of row number 2. Had a great run in this morning's race in that baby blue number 66 1970 Porsche 911. Your pole sitter in the GT4 class, it's Claudio Kempf. Dale Rye is in SP 997, spec 997. He's going to start fourth in the black 2009 machine with Andy Pastor. We'll see if he got some of his braking issues resolved during our lunch break. He's scheduled to start fifth in the number 102 spec 997. That's the black and deep red machine, and yes, he is there. And we'll see how things play out for him. John Gunter will start sixth. He's driving the number 22 I-Class 2022 911 Cup car, and that's the yellow machine. Starting in seventh, David Hodges in spec 997. He is driving the number 41 machine. Alex Rosende will start second in the I-Class, driving the number 46 2022 911 Carrera. It's listed as blue, and there's a little blue in the back there somewhere. He again will start in eighth position. Starting ninth is Scott Gill in the blue and black 2006 Cayman. He's your pole sitter in spec Cayman, and starting right next to Scott on the outside of row number 5 in 10th position, driving the 556 spec Cayman, the silver car, it's Dominic Belvedere. Bill Miller is in the blue and black spec Cayman. He's going to start 11th in the number 86 machine, with Aspasia Zora starting in 12th position. She is driving the number 216 orange Boxster, and she is in the GT4 class, by the way. Jay Walker will start 13th. Jay is in spec Cayman, driving the 822 gray Porsche Cayman, with Tanner Market, your SP3 class pole sitter, starting 14th, driving the number 896 blue and yellow Porsche 968. Then we've got Alan Benjamin. He is going to start 15th. He's our pole sitter in the GTC1 class in the blue, white, and silver 1992 Porsche 911. And then David Provenzano is our pole sitter in the SP3 class. He's got the blue Porsche 944 S2. There he is, going right past us. And he will start 16th on the field, and a few more in that first group. But we're going to move over now to the spec Boxsters. And starting on pole today in spec Boxster in the black and silver machine, it's Earl Harrington. He was your fastest spec Boxster driver in this morning's race. Aiden Meek, who took his second win of the weekend, will start on the outside of the front row, driving the number 15 silver and red machine. Hunter Allen in the 111 car, looking for a much cleaner start than he had this morning. He will start on the inside of row number 2 in the green 111. He's going to start right next to Nicholas Malloy in the green 461 machine, scheduled to start fourth. Nick retired early this morning, so we'll see, one, if he's out there, two, whether or not he can run the distance. Sagar Dhawan is going to start in fifth position. He's in the red number 501 spec Boxster, with Stephen Watkins in the silver 117 starting in sixth position. Chris McDuff, another early retirement in race number 1, scheduled to start 7th. He is in the number 372 machines. That's the yellow car, with Bernard Nussbaumer in the blue number 1 starting in 8th. Jason Wolf in the gray 38 will start 9th, and then starting 10th in the black 598 is Philip Mitchell, as our lead pack comes onto the front straight, Brian, led by Walker Jessic, as the starter looks over the field. And green flag is in the air, and we go, and drivers now starting to spread out 4 wide there in the right behind our 2 leaders, as Jessic and Olsen are nose to nose coming up the hill, and now 3 wide at the top. as the black number 19 of Dale Rye, our early leader this morning, comes down the inside. Both Rye as well as Andy Pastor seemingly get by Claudio Kemp. Not great start for him, as our spec Boxsters now come out of the final corner onto the front straight. The starter looks that field over. Again, headed up by Earl Harrington and our two-time winner this weekend, Aiden Meek, and green flags in the air, and they're spreading out once again. Harrington trying to defend the inside as he's got Hunter Allen moving over a little bit. Nick Malloy right behind him as they go, and the green car, I believe that was Malloy taking a lunge to the inside, not able to get around Harrington and had to really step on the binders, but moves now up into second position. We'll have to see if that's Hunter Allen or if that's Nick Malloy. I think that might be Hunter Allen in the 111 car, as Earl Harrington's going to lead the field now through the S's. Slotting into third is Aiden Meek, who started on the outside of the front row. And there we go, Chris McDuff now sitting up in fourth position, having made up 3 positions on the start, looking for a little redemption as he was parked off on the side right there in the gravel there for the entirety of this morning's race, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, then sounding a little robotic there as you are about Aiden Meek, as you were talking about how it falls back a little bit. That's the furthest I think we've seen Aiden Meek all the way back. Again, Hunter Allen not wanting to make the same moves he made earlier this morning, Greg, just knowing that did not work out very, very well. Thought better of it, got in line, and that's going to move Harrington up in the front there as we started overall. One of the things I wanted to talk about, we got one car there slowing way down, almost actually not in a very good spot. Looks like he's going to get that car refired up. We'll try to see if we can get the number on that car as he heads off.
Yeah, and that was the white, black, and red machine there, Brian. That might have been, oh my. Yeah, we'll get them when they come back around.
Yeah. Did not see Alex Resendez out there either, Greg. So okay. I think whatever that problem was earlier this morning when he was battling with Gunter, not able to get that fixed, not out here for the afternoon race here. Again, another terrible start from Claudio Kemp in that 66. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to work his way back up. Again, we saw it yesterday morning and this afternoon, or this first race this morning, seemed to be a little bit better, but that car just did not take off. Or it could have been that they were almost 4 or 5 wide going into one, thought about to back out of it.
All right, Brian, and the car that went around, that was Perry Lowry, the number 42 Spec Cayman, now the last of our first group of drivers to cross the start-finish line just now, as the Spec Boxsters are completing lap number 1 with Earl Harrington still at the point. Aiden Meek, our 2-time winner this weekend so far, looking to run the table. He's sitting in second. Hunter Allen now in third. So that indeed was the green machine of Allen and not Nick Malloy. The 461 car doesn't look as though Malloy took the green flag.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I saw him down there getting lunch this afternoon, so I would assume that he got back in the car, but I think you're right. I think there may have been another problem, because remember, he had that problem earlier this morning. I believe he may have gone around or came in early when we were running this morning's race. So I did see him down there getting some lunch, so evidently that car not able to go unless he's in one of these other cars.
Must have been one hell of a burrito he had for lunch, and he couldn't get behind the wheel there.
Well, I think he got a burger. I think, if I'm not mistaken,
the burger,
I think he got the burger. One of the people in front of me got the burger, and he was standing there, standing right out there. So I would assume he got the burger.
Yeah. All right, as we're watching now the leaders in Spec Boxster, you can wrap them up not with a blanket, Brian, but maybe a tortilla as they come out of the hairpin and start to run down towards turn 12. Again, Earl Harrington holding off Meek and Hunter Allen for the time being.
We know Meek fell back quite a bit of ways behind Harrington and Hunter Allen, but now again that car starts to got those heat in the tires, got those heat in the brakes there, starting to really challenge again. Remember, we also saw Chris McDuff gone off earlier this morning. That car seems to be fixed back up. He's a little bit further back now, sitting in fourth place in that Spec Boxster. but having a really good run early in this race, along with Stephen Watkins in that 117.
Yeah, and our spec boxsters are starting to come up on the back of the first pack. I think we've got Perronnet next in line in that 1970 911, the dark blue one, and actually I think they've already made it past Perronnet, starting to come up on some of the 944s. Raider Pluff, the next driver in line in the 127 machine, as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight to complete their second lap, Brian. And already here now as they spread out too wide, coming down the front straight, trying to find the ultimate and optimal way through Big Red, through the turn one here. Harrington with a great run, but look how different an approach Aiden Meek in the number 15 machine took going into turn one, stayed all the way to the inside, and to his peril, because Hunter Allen took a little bit more traditional line, a wide entry, and diamonded it off. Had a great run on Meek coming down through turn two, but Meek finally able to close the door going through the S's to hold off that attack from Hunter Allen. All the while, Chris McDuff, he's right on the back of the 111 machine.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're right. Meek, getting in far drivers left there, and Allen just trying to keep the momentum up. Wasn't able to do that, and I think Meek, kind of knew, hey, I'm getting in here whether you're going to like it or not. I'm getting in this position, and it is showed, because he's pulled out by about a car length and a half now over Hunter Allen in that 111.
And as the spec boxers, and we saw this in the first race today as well, Brian, they start to come up onto the rear of that first pack fairly quickly, and that is going to work to really keep them together. Good fight a little bit further back in the pack in SP3, Joe Donovan and Henry Carter in the two red SP3 machines. That is, although early on, that is the battle, I believe, for the last podium position in SP3. And an 87 944 S2 for Donovan, the 128 car, the lead of those two red cars. And Henry Carter in the 311 machine, a slightly newer 1989 944 S2.
Yeah, as they just go back in a little bit further. Yeah, I got some.
Yeah, and looks like somebody did not only a 360, but might have been a
620.
720.
720, yeah.
Yeah.
There's our overall leaders right there. Good battle for overall there in this 997 class. Again, we've been talking about this kind of all weekend long. These four just go and get out there and then battle it out. And then what ends up happening, Greg, is they end up coming up behind our spec boxer, and then that's when they start to separate. So as the race goes on, these four start to do there. They start to, kind of go through, and the tire degradation probably starts to fall off a little bit as they get to the spec boxers, and that's where getting through that group of cars at the right time and in the right corner, ends up being where we end up with one or two battling for a position, and the other ones just seem to fall off.
So Dale Rye, who started this race on the outside of row number 2, he is your new leader, having gotten around our pole sitter, Walker Jessic. Andy Pastor, who again had lots of braking issues, and I don't know if we got a determination on what the problem was. We thought maybe an ABS failure, possibly, as he put up some pretty big tire marks on the pavement at turn 12, and also going uphill into turn 1 early on, but that does not seem to be an issue for him currently. John Gunter, as you mentioned, in the yellow number 22 machine, currently running 5th. Not and he'll be in the bright yellow machine. Doesn't have the concerns that he had earlier today, as his competitor in the I class has not taken the green. But great run there from Jessic, who came right up alongside Dale Rye as they were coming into turn 19. Jessic on the inside in that white and green number 148 machine, up the hill a little faster, but from the inside he's going to wash out a little wide, and he's able to go keep that car under control, moves all the way back over driver's left to open up the wide sweeping turn number 2, and he's able to come right across the nose of Dale Rye, drop the 19 car into second. And now Rye's going to have to be concerned with both Pastor and Olsen. Pastor certainly was showing a little bit more pace than Rye during yesterday afternoon's race 1 and this morning's race 2.
Yeah, interesting to keep an eye on Jessic here, see whether or not he does take care of the equipment as this race unfolds, Greg, because now he's opened up by about 3 or 4 car lengths again because of that good exit out of turn 20 up the hill up in the turn number 1, able to take that inside left lane basically in order to get him back down the hill into turn 2. This is where he struggles a little bit, is on the second half of this racetrack, coming down out of 1 and then 2 and 3 into the S's. He's very quick. The car seems to be handling just fine. It's right in this area here is where he struggles, and that's going to allow Dale Rye, Andy Pastor, and even Klaus Olsen in that 850 machine to kind of gather him back up.
All right, let's see if we can jump back over to the battle for the lead in Spec Boxster if we can, where I think we got... Oh, and Brian...
Nope. There it is again. See, we have to stop talking about him.
Yeah, there we go. Chris McDuff in the 372 machine. More challenges. That was coming out of high-speed turn 19 as he ran wide. And he gets that car gathered back up again, as opposed to this morning where he had problems right at this corner up here. He gets the car back underway. But look at this battle for the lead in Spec Boxster now, with Harrington continuing to hold off this morning's winner, Aiden Meek, and Hunter Allen. And Meek and Allen just filling the mirrors of Harrington as they came through turns 7 and 8, with Meek to one side and Allen to the other. And I think if Harrington looked in the rear view mirror, the center mirror, probably didn't see anybody.
Yeah, exactly. That's because I think they were on both sides of it.
Exactly.
At that point, it's like, oh, I got to clear behind me. They must have fallen off. Nope, they're all beside you as going 3 wide. And again, this is where they kind of get down into that heavy braking zone. And now Meek is going to bring Hunter with him. They're going to try to go by Earl Harrington. Not sure whether or not one of them is going to make it stick there. And it could be that Aiden Meek does get in front of him, but Harrington's going to battle back there, Greg. They're going to go 2 wide.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace there is a double apex right-hander coming out of turn 12 going into 13 and 14, and so that allows Harrington to hold off Meek for the time being. But we saw there what the effect of the draft was down that long 6/10 of a mile front straight. Let's jump over now. We were looking at Spec Boxster. Let's look over at Spec Cayman, and this is the battle for second. Dominic Belvedere's runoff and hit. He's about 14 seconds up the road, Brian, but Steve Coombs and Bill Miller, and we got Jay Walker right in there as well. Coombs in the black 06, Bill Miller the blue and black machine there. Yeah, and I think we may have seen Bill Miller actually get the position on Steve Coombs already.
Yeah, I think Miller got it over Coombs.
Yeah, there it is.
Kind of coming through there, kind of really coming out of turn number 18. Turn number 18 and 19, right before they got to the front stretch. They were kind of too wide there for a moment. Then when I looked out the window, it looked like he had gotten a good run. So it looks like that's going to move Bill Miller back up in there. It looks like he's going to open that up.
Yeah, and I was going to say we also got we also have the SP3 battle right back behind. Is that SP3?
Well, that's Tanner Marquette there, but then you go back a little bit further when we get to the Carter machine and the Rovens and I'm going to say his name right, David.
Yeah. So Brian, is Bill Miller now opening up a nice little gap, about 3 car lengths there on the rest of the Spec Cayman field, or at least on Steve Coombs, who now drops back to third. Miller was a podium finisher back in 2014 in the E-Class. And in 2023, took the win in the Mid-America Series in SP1. Again, a lot of experience for him. This is, I think, his 21st year racing in Porsche Club of America Club Racing. So good experience there.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, and Andy Pastor in that 102 machine again, another brake problem as he went down in there, locked him up. Looks like he has brought it down on pit lane. I've not seen him come through. I saw him make the turn to come down the pit lane, but I've not seen him come through unless I had my back turn. I have not seen him come around. So unless he stopped somewhere on the backside before getting to pit lane.
Maybe he couldn't stop, Brian.
Well, maybe he had to go all the way around.
It sounds like he was dragging at least one of the rear wheels. So I mean, I'm sure he stopped at some point with the Fred Flintstone method of hauling down his car.
His feet opening the door and had his feet hanging out the left foot hanging out the door. Yeah, I never saw him come down. Here comes the 372 down on pit lane, and we talked about him a little bit earlier, and that is Chris McDuff. He went around again, as we were switching through the cameras. So again, looks like his day is more than likely going to be done. But yeah, I never saw Andy Pastor come down on pit lane, so unless he snuck by me going through, which I'm hearing he did sneak by us through there. So to make that, so again, those problems still with those.
So what we're going to do, Brian, we're going to take a quick break. But we're also following right now. So, with Pastor having issues, that has really changed things for the lead in Spec 997 with Walker Jessic, our pole sitter, and Klaus Olsen, who just reset fast lap. That's the silver and green machine at Jessic. It's the silver and yellow machine there at Klaus Olsen directly behind as they're coming up on some slower traffic. That's going to complicate things for Olsen. But let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll check back in on Spec 997. Please stay with us.
Founded in 2013 on the historic downtown square in Denton, Texas, LSA Burger Company emerges Texas's first gourmet burger concept under the banner of Lone Star Attitude, a celebration of the state's unapologetic swagger and trailblazing spirit. What began as a passion project to fuse Texas music, premium burgers, and bold, health-crafted flavors has grown into a downtown anchor, honoring Texas music icons through namesake burgers like the Waylon, the Willie, and the Spirit of the Hero. Each plate a tribute to the legends who shaped the sound of Texas. Consistently ranked among Denton's top dining destinations, LSA remains a gathering place where Texas music, artistic impression, and great hospitality all converge, inviting guests to taste the rhythm of a state that refuses to play it small. Come to either our Denton or Grandscape locations or visit us online at lsaburger.com.
Start your engines. The 2026 Porsche Club racing season launches at one of the most legendary circuits in America, Sebring International Raceway. From January 29th through February 1st, the PCA community rolls into Sebring, Florida for the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, a long weekend packed with racing, camaraderie, and pure Porsche passion. Whether you're a seasoned racer, an advanced solo driver, a dedicated volunteer, or a Porsche fan ready to soak in the action, this is the place to kick off your year. Sebring's iconic 3.74-mile layout, built on decades of sports car heritage, sets the stage for one of the largest and most anticipated PCA club races in the country. Hosted by PCA's Suncoast and Gold Coast regions, this winter racing classic brings thrills from sunrise to sunset. So mark your calendars, book your Florida getaway, and immerse yourself in the roar, the speed, and the spirit of Porsche. The 48 Hours of Sebring. The season starts here. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, COTA, right outside of Austin, Texas. It is the Carrera of the Americas. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, I think we just picked up on, was that Perry Lowry?
That was. He has a new technique to get into turn one up on Big Red, and that is, let's take it backwards. Let's see. If
one of your problems is getting the car to rotate around the apex there and head down the hill.
That's one way to do it, right?
Yeah, that is, well, unfortunately, he stopped the rotation and all forward movement before he ever got to the apex. So probably not the best way to do it. As we jump back over to our Spec Boxster battle for the lead, which just has not dissipated at all. It is still 3 cars. Earl Harrington there in the black and silver machine. Aiden Meek, our 2-time winner this weekend, in the silver and red, and then Hunter Allen, that green 111. And I'll tell you, Stephen Watkins in the 117 car, Brian. He's making up some ground here. As it's interesting having the front 3 cars haven't really been fighting that much. Meek has taken a couple of whoops on Harrington. But they haven't really done much to slow each other down. But Stephen Watkins, I think probably by benefit of the draft on that long straight, just seems to knock off a couple tenths every single lap, and he's not losing any in other places around the racetrack.
Yeah, Stephen Watkins been, kind of in that 4th, 5th place, spot all weekend long. Now he's kind of right up in there with the top 3. And just as you mentioned, Greg, they haven't really been battling. They've been kind of staying nose tail. So he's benefiting from the draft as they start to pull up. As Meek starts to pull out a little bit here and there every now and then just to get some air on that nose. And he takes that other kind of the non-traditional line, I guess, if there is a non-traditional line into turn 1 here up on top of the hill, is it looks like he's going to follow in behind Harrington, which normally he goes to the left side there to come through. But Stephen Watkins just sitting back, just waiting his time right now.
just waiting until the warfare starts just ahead of him so he can take advantage of it. Yeah.
Again, with right around 8 minutes left to go, you got to keep them in your sights because for a fact they're going to go at least 2, maybe even 3 wide with Aiden Meek and Hunter Allen.
All right, Brian, I was going to say here, and we just about saw it, they're going into turn 7. It appears to me that Harrington is maybe watching his mirrors a little bit more. Given the distance than perhaps he does. He missed a couple of apexes in the S's, and even going down into turn 2, I think he's giving a lot of deference and a lot of space to where he thinks Aiden Meek is going to be. And what is happening by doing that is he's actually allowing Meek to get down to the apex and cut the distance down. And you can see now, whereas Meek had been maybe a car length to 2 car lengths off, he's now right to the rear bumper. He's going to poke to the inside, coming out of the hairpin, and stay all the way in as they come down, get hard under braking now. And this is Meek's opportunity, and maybe Hunter Allen's as well, as they go into turn 12. And Harrington runs wide coming through. And look at this. Meek is going to pinch him all the way down. Early on, Brian, in this race, Meek had tried to make that move into 12. And because the track switched back over to that double apex right-hander, Harrington earlier was able to hold him off. This time, not so much. And I think Harrington's going to have an issue now as they go into the Grand Plaza, going into 17 and 18, as the track cuts back to the right again, that we may see Hunter Allen take over a position as well.
Well, I think they're still going to go 2 wide coming through here. Harrington not wanting to give up that second position, but as you said, Hunter Allen's going to go ahead and sweep outside there and make that pass. But Aiden Meek, him and Hunter Allen, when they came off of turn 11, Greg, they both got that great run with Harrington going really, really wide. And what that happened is that enabled them to take the draft and to push each other. Pass.
Very Spec Miata-like.
Or Harrington. Yeah, exactly. With Watkins. Harrington's got to work with Watkins now. That's the again, 2 different stables, but you got to work together if you want to run down Aiden Meek and Hunter Allen.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the case, and you can see there that that Stephen Watkins, just as we had that little fight there between turns 12 and turn 17, that Stephen Watkins was able to close right back up to this trio, knocked off about 7-8 car lengths in the process.
Yeah. Again, those 2, there's got to be some hand signals if you want to be able to catch, I think, Aiden Meek. He's been the class of this field pretty much all weekend long here. So, again, as he's starting to open up by about 2 or 3 car lengths, the next kind of cars back there with Hunter Allen, Harrington, and Watkins, they have to work together if they want to catch them, because that draft will be so important.
All right, checking in with a couple of other classes. SP3, Tanner Market, the class of the field once again. He has about 20 seconds on David Provenzano and Henry Carter. Another half-minute back from there. So as we've seen all weekend long, big disparity in the speeds of our SP3 racers. Over in Spec Cayman, Dominic Belvedere just crosses the line to complete lap number 10. And I think the last time we checked in, Bill Miller was somewhere around 20 seconds back. He's still having a nice little fight there with Steve Coombs and Jay Walker. Matter of fact, I think Walker picked up a position, just got around Steve Coombs as they crossed the line.
Yeah, Walker's been kind of inching up through there. I think Coombs is starting to, obviously fall back a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a car that is pulled off to the right over there in turn 15 that I just noticed sitting there. So we'll have to look at our times, see who's fallen off the pace pretty much, but they've been sitting there for quite a bit.
Well, let's see if we can. We'll see if we can pick that up here in just a moment. As Aiden Meek leads the Spec Boxster, the front of the Spec Boxster field, now onto the front straight. I want to see maybe try and see. There was one other Spec Boxster fight that I wanted to try and pick up on, and this might be a little bit harder to find here, Jordan. John Burke, who's in the gray and silver number 93, Stan Wegner in the black 622, both Porsche Boxsters. I would suspect that they are probably coming into like 16 or 17 now. I think that might be them going in. There they are.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that is Coombs that has fallen off because now he is a complete lap down.
Yeah.
We know Perry Lowry's had his problems. Scott Gill, I do know, came down pit road after only completing 3 laps.
Coombs in the 23, Brian, as I'm seeing him drop through the order now. So it looks like his day is now done.
Well, that explains why Jay Walker was able to get by him because him and Miller had quite a bit of a gap there back to Walker.
All right, Brian, and we've got one driver leaving the pit lane now, coming up the hill. Let's see if we can pick up. That might be...
That's Perry. That's Lowry right there.
Lowry, yeah, the driver that we saw having the braking issues going into turn 1 a little while ago. Much easier to get through there when you're going about 50 miles an hour slower.
And
we've got another car pulling off, and this is a big one. Brian, I think that might be Harrington.
Right, that does look like the front of that car. We'll have to see. We'll have to keep an eye on there.
And that's coming out of the hairpin. Let's take a look going to turn 12, if we can, Jordan.
Yes, because there's Watkins there.
Yeah, indeed. So there you go. Earl Harrington, who led this race early on. He was your pole sitter in Spec Boxster. He now has to retire on the edge of the pavement. Aiden Meek, Hunter Allen, they were already running 1 and 2. That is now going to put Stephen Watkins into a podium position. He will be running 3rd in the 117 car the next time they cross the start-finish line, and it now will move Jason Wolf, who admittedly is 3/4 of a minute behind this lead pack of Spec Boxsters. It will now move him up into 4th position.
Yeah, attrition starting to play a factor here, Craig, as we get towards the end of this weekend. As our Spec Boxster leaders there, Aiden Meek and Hunter Allen, again, they've been tied nose to tail pretty much the entire weekend. You could actually call them the 126 car. If you added the 2 numbers up, you get the 126.
All right, Brian, let's jump back over, coming onto the front straight now and crossing the start-finish line and seeing the white flag. It's our Spec 997 leaders, Walker Jessic in the white and green 148, Klaus Olsen in the 850, and perhaps the biggest advantage and lead that Jessic has had at about 7 car lengths now as they come down the hill going through turn 2.
Yeah. Yep, and then we have
a couple more cars having some issues, and
I think that's Lowry again over there in the center of the screen, and then you've got one of the 944s over there on the left. I don't know if is that the 230 machine that may be over there?
Provenzano, exactly. Yeah. And Provenzano was running 2nd in SP3. You remember we were watching that battle between the two red 944s, who I think just crossed by you on the front straight, probably heading up into turn one. What was a very close fight there for what would now be second place, no longer close, with about a half minute separating those two racers. Again, we are working last lap here for our Spec 997s, Walker Jessic and Class Olson.
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, I think they've taken the checkered flag there, Greg, because you can look over on the right-hand side. I think they pretty much either that or Klaus Olson's really got one heck of a run going. More than what he did with Walker Jessic.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we've also got a local caution. Look at that. We've got a local caution over. We've got a car. Yeah, they're picking up the one car. That's for this around the corner.
Yeah. But that car's been sitting there for quite some time, so it's a little interesting why now they're throwing that out there. So I think they're trying to do some early pickup. I believe that they have already taken the checkered flag.
Yeah, and that's what we're getting word is Brian is now in Spec Boxster, though. They have not seen the checker yet. So in Spec 997, Jessic will take the win over Olson. But here, this is the battle for the win in the final race of the weekend in Spec Boxster. Coming out of the final corner, it is Aiden Meek. He is going to beat Hunter Allen to the line, and margin of victory, 0.4 of a second. Aiden Meek will run the table this weekend here at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, pretty good run right there with Aiden Meek all the way through the weekend. Again, pretty much a class of the field of that Spec Boxster. But I tell you what, Hunter Allen gave him one heck of a run, and also Earl Harrington gave him a heck of a run early on in this race before he ended up expiring there over in the corner.
All right, so let's go run things down, break them down by class. In Spec 997, Walker Jessic, Klaus Olson, Dale Rye, your top three. Over in GT4, Claudio Kempf will take the win again here today. He's going to finish fourth overall in that beautiful 1970 Porsche 911. Aspasia Zoras will finish in second. Patrick Perronet finishes a lap down in third. Over in SP3, Tanner Market runs the table this weekend. Margin of victory, 27 seconds over David Provenzano. Henry Carter will finish in third. Over in SPC, Dominic Belvedere, margin of victory, 14 seconds over Bill Miller, with Jay Walker then taking over third position. And Steve Coombs was able to hold on for fourth position in Spec Cayman. Let's see if we look down. Richard Eggleston, our sole racer in H. John Gunter running unopposed here in the final race of the weekend in the I class, and Ryder Pluff in the gray 944, our sole SP2 racer. And so that brings us down to Spec Boxster, where it was Meek, Allen, and Watkins, your top three. Jason Wolf will finish fourth. Bernard Nussbaumer, fifth. Philip Mitchell, John Burke, Stan Wegner, Ronnie Brown, and Jim Collins will round out your top 10. And those top 10 were the only cars running here at the end, as qualified 11th was your early leader, Earl Harrington. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our last green race of the weekend, presented by Toyo Tires. Next up is going to be our final red group race of the weekend, scheduled to be on track just about 45, actually about a half hour from now, at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Our red group, the big boys, the Cup cars, the GT4 cars, heading out on track here at the Circuit of the Americas. Stay with us.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois, operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest Cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds, with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas and our final race of the weekend here at the 2025 Carrera of the Americas, presented by the Hill Country, Maverick, and Lone Star regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, like I said, one more race here to go. We'll run down the starting order and we'll then talk about some things coming up in 2026.
Ooh.
Yeah, not 10 years ago, just next year.
Well, we could talk about 10 years ago. It's not going to matter.
I can't remember 10 years ago. Hell, if I don't get to this, I may not remember the starting order either. So starting on pole today, Brian, our sole racer in GTA 3. We're on board with him right now. It is Bob Mueller in his 2017 GT3R. Rene Robichaux, our pole sitter in GTA 4, will start right beside him. He's in the number 91 green and black 2023 Cup car, with Matthew Siegel and Blake McGovern making up row number 2, both in the silver machines. Matthew in the 267 car, Blake in the 24 machine. Then Joel Johnson will start 5th today. He's in the number 70 GTA 4 car, alongside Frank Vidiello in the red and white machine. He is driving the 248 car. Bill Fennick looking for, I think, probably a little bit more consistent race here in the afternoon. He's had some challenges over the course of the weekend. Bill's in the silver 015 GTA 4 machine, starting 7th. Starting 8th, your winner earlier today in GTC 8, driving the red or orange and black hooded number 270 machine, is Griffin Fuji. Then we've got our GTA 2 pole sitter, Kevin Roush. He's going to start 9th. He's in the number 960 green, black, and white 2005 Cup car. Keith McGovern had some issues earlier today. He's in the 464 gray GTC 8 machine, starting 10th, with Keith Jessic starting 11th. He's in the 112 white, yellow, and green GTC 8 Cup car. Then Scott Neal, scheduled to start 12th. He's in the number 264 machine. That's another GTC 8 entry. The silver car, starting 12th, with David Ducote, lucky 13 here this afternoon. He's driving the number 6 GTC 6 Cup car. That's a 2016 chassis. The white car is your pole sitter for the class. Then Julio De Jesus, he's going to start 14th today. He's driving the number 12 white and blue machine. He is your GTC 7 pole sitter. And then on the next row, Mark Poling, who's going to start on the inside of row number 8, starting 15th today. He is driving the number 219 white and green GTC 7 car. Then we've got Charles Barnes in GTA 4. He's in the black and gold number 119. He starts 16th, with Doug Lawson starting 17th. Doug's in the number 21 GTD 3 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. He is your pole sitter in the class. He's going to start alongside his GTD 3 competitor, Tom Burke, in the number 77 machine. Michael Williams is in GTC 7, and he will start 19th in the 177 2019 Cup car. Wayne Ducote will start 20th in the number 80 GTA 4 2023 Cup car. That's the gray and green machine. Ted Cusack scheduled to start 21st in the 115 GTD 3 blue and purple Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, alongside Ray Ramirez, also in GTD 3. That's the black and orange club GT4 RS Club Sport. Jean Audet starting 23rd in the number 44 machine. That is a GTA 2, the red and gray 2012 Cup car, with Keith Clark scheduled to start 24th. Keith is driving the number 74 machine. That is a GTC 6 2015 edition Cup car. Then let's move over. Conrad Park in the number 711 machine, also in GTC 6, the black and red 2016 Cup, starts 25th. And then Maria Mejia will start 26th. Maria's in the number 11 GTD 2 white and black 2020 GT4 Club Sport, as Bob Mueller, Rene Robichaux bring the field onto the front straight. The starter's going to look over the field, headlights ablazing there as it's getting pretty dark here at COTA, and green flag is in the air. Bob Mueller, who started the last race from the outside with Robichaux to the inside, they're going to go door to door into turn number 1. And a matter of fact, I think well, let's take a look here as Bob Mueller is going to get through, as we've got a number of drivers up at the top of the hill. Bob Mueller, actually, one of those drivers, as he is just now recovering. You can see him, looking in the mirrors to see when it's safe to rejoin, and alternately shaking his head from side to side, as Rene Robichaux is your leader. Matthew Siegel, who had an early lead in our morning race, I think slots into, he's going to slot into third, as Blake McGovern and Joel Johnson, actually that's Joel Johnson, I think, moving up in the second position, Brian, with Matt Siegel dropping back into third.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, there just seemed like a big, huge calamity up there going through turn one. Everybody had to dodge around it. I think Mueller may have been the start of that. There was one car that was on the very far outside that started in the back last couple of rows that kind of went all the way around the outside, basically on the rumble strips going all the way through turn number one up over the hill there to driver's right. But I think that we had Bob Mueller was the one who spun, and I think this is what car that we had some debris off of earlier.
Yeah, so looks like one of our cars there, and that may be the Johnson car parked off there in the runoff. Well,
no, Joel Johnson's right there. He's the purple, and he's got the purple partridge.
Yeah, that's
bus.
right.
That's
the puzzle piece car.
Yeah, so he's still out there. He's right there. In your screen with the teal and the purple Siegel and everything. Yep.
Yeah, with Siegel along for the ride. All right, we'll get the number on that bus on that car in just a few moments as our racers come through. But that really has perhaps spread out this group awfully early. Oh, look at that drift, Brian, coming through turn 17.
Greg, we're going to go to a full course caution here, by the way, just real quick. But yes, you're not kidding. I think we went from Circuit of Americas to Circuit of the Drifting.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my, as the driver's now coming through the final corner. And again, we are under a full course caution now, where they will go to pick up that car. And they're coming now through the final corner onto the front straight. And we'll track to see where Bob Mueller has landed, so to speak, in the group. It's going to be towards the rear of the field.
All the way down, I believe, in the 16th position.
Yeah, 16th
when he came across
in what is a 26 car field. We did have a number of drivers that did not take the green. Charles Barnes, Tom Burke. In addition to that, Michael Williams, Dennis Mitchell, Mark Hausman, Luke Oxner in the Black 777, Brianna Ogden, who we know had some mechanical issues towards the end of the morning race, and nor did Lawrence Trunk.
Yeah. Still got a little bit of debris up there on the left-hand side. Again, I think it all started off at the very top here, right? The first two cars there. Mueller going around in turn number one, and then it became just as we've seen here, a product of coming up over that blind left-hand corner. There is a lot of not being able to see go piling in there, so it becomes a little bit of a challenge here and there, and then some of the cars had debris, and then obviously the one that stopped over there.
All right, so Brian, while we are under full course caution, and let's quickly take a look at the orders cars came across the line. Rene Robichaux leads the field in his GTA 4 Cup car. Blake McGovern, Frank Vitello now showing in third ahead of Matt Siegel, who drops down to fourth. Then Joel Johnson, Kevin Roush, Bill Fennick, Griffin Fuji, Mark Poling, and Keith McGovern. Your top 10 again in what is now a 26 car field, and we believe, is that possibly Charles Barnes in the 119 machine, because he's the only driver I'm showing that took the green but did not complete a lap. So I think that is the Barnes car, the 119, another one of our GTA 4 machines. But meanwhile, this is I think a good time, Brian, to talk about something new for 2026. On Friday, the Porsche Club of America announced the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama, a new, of course, single mark series that is going to take place in conjunction with our Porsche Club of America club races at a number of different events. And we're going to see him actually to open up the year. not that far away.
Yeah.
The 48 hours of Sebring, January 29th to February 1st, will be the very first event for this new series, the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama. We'll also see them at Lime Rock Park, Watkins Glen, and over Labor Day at Road America. And it is going to be for our GT3 Cup cars, both 992.1 and .2 chassis. The 992.1 and 991.2, Cup cars. Also, the GT4 RS Club Sport and GT4 Club Sport Caymans as well. That's the 718 chassis. And we're going to have on, this is going to be with direct support from Porsche Motorsports North America, as well as USAC, which will be the sanctioning body, and providing both pre-race and post-race technical inspections and PMNA. Porsche Motorsports North America going to be on site to provide engineering parts as well as marketing support to our drivers. So something very, very exciting coming up for the new season. And, as we said, we're going to be starting off January 29th through February 1st at Sebring for this new series. But, Brian, we're also going to be back starting in the end of January, beginning of February, for a number of events. And I think we're on board for somewhere around 11, 12 events this coming year in 2026 for Porsche Club of America Club Racing.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be interesting, and especially with that new bringing those two together, I think that's only going to add more across the board. And I think we're going to obviously have hopefully a larger impact and, again, a larger audience. So stay tuned for that. So it's really going to be interesting across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to another great year of Porsche Club of America Club Racing. And being able to bring that to you on Driver's Eye Live. Somebody who's not looking for a bigger impact right now, I think, is Bob Mueller. And as you mentioned, he is currently sitting now 17th in this 26 car field as they come up to the top, as he comes up to the top of Big Red, to the scene of the crime, where and when he went in to turn one alongside Rene Robichaux, they both gave each other a lot of room there. But as we said, depending on how you enter, it can narrow down considerably. And we saw, and I'm sure this was not unique to Bob Mueller, but for example, in the morning race, Brian, we saw how unruly those high-powered Cup cars can be on cold tires. And the temperatures, to my understanding, haven't really changed all that much there at Circuit of the Americas over the course of the day. And if anything, we've got even more cloud cover than we saw this morning, which may make things even more difficult. And again, when these racers come out of this full course caution period, they're going to have pretty cold tires. You can see some of them trying to sweep from side to side, trying to load up those sidewalls and get the tires a little warmer.
Yeah, I mean, we're about 70 degrees here. But again, as you mentioned, Greg, it's very cloudy, right? A lot of cloud cover, so the track tends to cool, being that we are, 3.4 miles worth of asphalt here. It's going to cool unless you're on it all the time. So with the cloud cover. So yes, a lot of these drivers trying to continue to get as much heat in these tires and in these brakes as well. And I think that's probably where the product was, is we're going to be able to see that is the, I believe you're right,
119 of Charles Barnes.
Yep.
Not exactly black and gold is our as we have in our timing and scoring system, which is where I had a little bit of confusion early on. But they now have that car on the back of the rollback, and hopefully, I think it's probably going to be a little too late to go green this next time by, but we'll keep a lookout there, as the pace car is actually only at turn 12. So I think we have plenty of time. We'll just have to watch to see if those flashing lights continue to flash or if they go out. We definitely see a lot of the drivers now here starting to scrub their tires in. I'm sure they've gotten word from their crews that the incident has been cleared, because Brian, we are we're showing our broadcast up on the big screens on the front straight of Dakota, so all the crews on the pit lane can see what we saw, that car was underway.
Yeah. Yeah, still got time to get this lap back in here and get going again. This time is counting down as well. Still got 20 minutes left to go. But, unfortunately, when we're under this full course caution, and again, the length of this track, that will chew up a lot of time here. So
yeah.
Hopefully,
and Brian, we can see now lights are out on the pace car. So we should be going back to green flag racing in this 30-minute race, final race of the weekend for our red group.
Interesting to see how far Bob Mueller can make his way back up after dropping down all the way into 17th on the, due to that spin at the start.
Well, hopefully, and I'm sure Director Jordan is there with us. That I'll bet for the first lap or two, the best camera views we're going to be able to give you are straight from
I was going to say
Mueller's
from Bob's
dashboard.
car. As soon as we get ready to go back green, you're going to be able to see.
All right, pace car on the pit road, turning things over to Rene Robichaux with Blake McGovern, Matthew Siegel, Frank Vitello there as they come on. Cars starting to pick up the pace as the green flag is now down. And we are back underway. We've got Kevin Roush and Griffin Fuji taking a look to the inside. And actually, Mark Poling in the 219 GTC 7 machine comes all the way down the inside. In the white and green machine, he might have made up a couple positions there on the restart, gotten a couple people, catch a couple people sleeping. Let's jump in, see if we can catch up with Bob Mueller and see what he sees as he tries to work through traffic.
Yeah, I tell you what, here he is right here coming down through, getting ready to go through the S's, and I tell you what, he tiptoed through turn one, going through there after that incident there. So yeah, you're right, Greg. It's going to take a full good lap in order to get in certain spots to get through some of these other cars. And we've got one car going around, and I believe that may be the polling car that you were just talking about in that number 219 machine, that all white Mark Poling there going around. Right in front of the entire group.
I think the polling car had some splashes of green along the sides there, Brian. And actually, I think I just saw him ahead of Griffin Fuji's 270 machine. I think that might be.
Well, Kevin Roush is
either
green,
Cleve
the black,
Clark
and the white
possibly
one.
Doug Lawson.
Yeah.
We'll get the number. Yeah, we'll get the number here in a minute.
But yeah, Robichaux again, tighten through there, and there is Joel Johnston there coming around in that number 70, taking that odd line through there, and Fuji. That was Griffin Fuji.
He got squeezed all the way to the apex there, Brian, by the 270 machine, and ended up having to pop over the curbing. I don't think there was anything that he could really do there in order to avoid contact.
Yeah. Again, back on board with Bob Mueller in here to looks like he has made up a few positions already on this first lap going back after green. We'll see where he's going to end up, but it's good to see that Bob, and we have another car. Is that the Robichaux machine? That is.
Yes, it is. That was our leader, Rene Robichaux, going around, coming out of turn 19. We saw a couple other cars go off earlier, a high-speed corner, so that's going to now elevate Matt Siegel to the lead as he now leads Blake McGovern up into Big Red with Kevin Roush in the 960 machine. Joel Johnson, Frank Vitello, now your top five.
Yeah, and that was Mark Poling that had spun up there, Greg, because he's dropped all the way back down into the 25th position. So I'm wondering if there is something on the racetrack kind of on that backside of it, especially coming down through, through 15 through 19, because that seems where everybody's starting to have the problem. Again, 70 degrees out, even though it's cool. This is the perfect opportunity, or the perfect for motors and even for tires to be able to have that grip, although they've all been struggling with grip all weekend long. Joel Johnson going a little bit wide there with, I think that's Frank Vitello right behind him in that 248 machine. Again, Fuji going as wide as well.
And Vitello there, who's in the red with the two white stripes on the hood, Brian, as they were coming through the S's, I don't think I've ever seen anybody straight line the S's like I just saw Frank Vitello do. I mean, that would be a 4X in iRacing. He was all the way to the inside of the white lines, the innermost white lines going over the curbing there to the point where the car didn't get the car did not get out of shape from going over the curbing because he was fully inside the curbing.
Yeah. Well, it was a good thing he didn't have to push the escape button on the anywhere on the dash, because that would have been disastrous if you had to reach for the escape button. Yeah, as they start to come back through here, we're starting single file out. But now you can see, here's Renee, and this is not where we expect both of them to be, but now you can see that Bob Mueller and Renee Robichaux are kind of
still back together again.
Nose to tail, you're still back together again, exactly.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, so Mueller has gotten around David DeCote, the number 80 GTA 4 2023 chassis, and he's there right behind Robichaux. Just ahead of Robichaux is Bill Fennick in that 015 machine. We've seen where Fennick has had some, we'll say, challenges here this weekend, and my guess is he probably looked in the mirror and saw these two cars coming, and we'll see how things play out for him. But Brian, we are just about halfway through this race. Why don't we take our final mid-race break of the afternoon here and thank some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll bring you all the way to the checkered flag here at Circuit of the Americas and this Red Group race powered by and presented by Pirelli. Please stay with us.
Porsche Austin and Porsche South Austin are part of High Tech Motor Cars, the largest luxury automotive dealer group in Austin, Texas. The dealerships are fully committed to providing the best Porsche experience in Texas and beyond. Whether you're buying, leasing, or servicing your Porsche, Porsche Austin and Porsche South Austin aim to exceed all expectations. Their Porsche certified sales professionals and highly trained service technicians are dedicated to excellent customer care. Visit them in person or online at austin.porsche.com or southaustin.porsche.com.
Get ready, Porsche fans. The Mid-America Championship Series is back, and the race to the top starts now. Designed to bring big-time excitement to PCA club racing throughout the Central Time Zone, the Mid-America Series puts you in the fight for championship glory. All PCA club racers are eligible. Just show up, strap in, and start stacking points towards a Mid-America Championship podium. And here's the twist: travel points. That's right. Earn extra points based on the distance between your home zip code and the track. Go a little further than your rivals, and you might just leave them behind in the standings before you even hit the first apex. The tentative 2026 schedule features 6 adrenaline-charged weekends at legendary Mid-America circuits, including Eagles Canyon Raceway, Burt Brothers Motorsports Park, Hastings, Brainerd, and High Plains Raceway. 6 tracks, 1 championship, infinite thrills. Whether you're chasing a title or just the perfect lap, the Mid-America Championship Series is where competition meets community and every mile matters. Porsche Club of America. Drive fast, travel far, race Mid-America.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the final race of the Carrera of the Americas presented by the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we are watching here a couple racers on a hell of a recovery drive at the moment. Also, a couple drivers that have not had to put in a recovery drive, Brian.
Yeah.
As we are watching right now, I think this is Kevin Roush, Joel Johnson, Frank Vitello running 3rd, 4th, and 5th. In class. Roush in the green, black, and white number 960 machine. He is your GTA 2 leader, and he's got 2 GTA 4 racers, Johnson and Vitello, who are looking to move up and maybe catch Blake McGovern, who just turned in another fast lap, as well as Matt Siegel, who's our overall leader here in this race.
Yeah, Kevin Roush, though, has been pretty strong. Again, we talked about it, didn't go out for qualifying yesterday, or didn't get a time that we saw on the screen when it came up when we were covering the qualifying, but it's been pretty strong here all weekend long. But you're right, Greg. He's got Johnson and Vitello right behind him, trying to run down, the top 2 GTA 4 cars with Siegel and McGovern, who have been pretty quick all weekend long.
Yeah.
Remember, they ended up on the podium yesterday. Siegel having a problem as well as McGovern in our first races today. So again, those two drivers trying to rebound here to close out this weekend in this last race here at Circuit of the Americas.
All right, there's a race that I want to try to catch up with. And Jordan, hopefully we can do this. They're running, I think, 24th and 25th right now. Sean Keeler in the 174 GTB1 black and pink Cayman. And then right back behind him, David Nelson. This is the battle for the lead in GTB1. Nelson in a green Cayman. No, and
this might be that.
I think this is them right here. Yep,
well, that's the
go.
second car is the
190.
That's the 194, the second car there. So
yeah. Oh, yeah. There they are. There we go. Now we found them. That's so that is the battle for the lead in GTB1. Sean Keeler, David Nelson, and they've been running it pretty close over the course of the weekend. Here, that last time through, Keeler had reset his personal best at a 2:28.57. The problem is David Nelson last time through was actually 0.2 of a second faster as they now come onto the front straight.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, we saw them earlier too as well when they were battling for second and third again in this class when we had the one other machine there. I think that we had the 777 in there as well, who was way out in front. But these two guys have been going at it pretty much all day long.
Yeah.
Again, in the world of their own right now. Right? It's like they have the whole track to themselves. Right there coming out of turn one down into the S's here. But we saw earlier where Keeler was able to open up a little bit over Nelson. And then when they got into some traffic at that point where our leaders ended up catching back, that's where Nelson ended up falling back,
yeah.
And not being able to get that second place on the podium in that GTB1 class.
All right, so good fight there. We'll check in with them maybe a little bit later. Another one we watched this morning, Maria Mejia and Gianluca Petiti, I think Petiti had ended up retiring a little early. Mejia in the white and black GT4 Club Sport, Petiti in the white and gray Club Sport. And they are currently running... where are they? They are currently running 20th and 21st, so they're just a little bit ahead of the battle that we were just watching, Jordan. And they put on a nice little battle. Petiti had been leading Mejia in the morning, and I think this is them. Yeah, I think this is them. Yeah, Mejia is the lead car in this group with Petiti, and then I think sitting in there, actually, I think just ahead of him is Keith Clark in his Cup cars, was the lead car there in that group. But here we go, the two Caymans, the front two cars in that group. Petiti, the white and gray, number 844, they're going to be coming out of the final corner now.
Yeah, the gray with the yellow numbers. Remember, Greg, Petiti was leading in that group there for pretty much 29 minutes of the 30. It wasn't until he started to overdrive, again getting back into traffic, started to overdrive some of those turns and just missed basically every apex, every entry, and every exit, trying to keep her behind him. And once she got by him, it was over. It was pretty much done because he kept overdriving the car.
Yep, indeed, and that's kind of where we are now. Is Mejia's got a little bit of coverage with Mark Poling and Keith Clark, the GT7 and GT6 entries now between her and Gianluca Petiti. So let's go take a look here. Tell you what, let's check back in if we can with Bob Mueller. I'd be interested to see as both Mueller and Robichaux have now worked up to 6th and 7th, or actually 7th and 6th respectively. And and Robichaux now coming up to the back of the GTA4 class. So Mueller, I don't know if Mueller wants to get involved with this. It looked like he did take a look to the inside of Robichaux, but Robichaux's got Vitello, who's a GTA 4 racer, just ahead of him.
Yeah, Johnson. Was that Vitello or was that Johnson's the purple and teal color? He actually went really wide on exit of 20 coming up there, so that's going to allow Vitello to go around. So it looks like move Johnson back behind. Robichaux's going to get in front of him. Mueller's going to, kind of duck back in there behind him. And now it looks like he's going to be able to make that pass. But Greg, we were talking about Bob Mueller. So in the race this morning, we found out Bob Mueller did set the track record, then went even faster, but ran the checkers, so it didn't count. So he had two really good laps. So
they docked him the lap that he had.
That he ran the track record.
So here's the interesting thing, Brian, because I had some questions. We thought maybe they threw the checker like a lap early or something with that last race this morning, and I thought that Robichaux and Mueller were still racing on the way up to turn one, and it wasn't until a couple corners later that it was pretty clear that Robichaux had gotten out of the throttle. So obviously, I thought they were still racing, and it took an entire lap for Bob Mueller to realize that they were
done.
Racing.
Yeah, that they had already taken the checker flag. Yeah, agreed.
And that's the funny thing is that Mueller ran his fastest lap on the cool down after the checkered flag.
Yeah. So you get the track record on the last lap, then you run it, you reset the track record, but it doesn't count because you ran the checkered. So again, overall, he's got the track record there in that GTA 3.
So the moral of the story is, one, don't when they throw the checkered flag, don't do an extra lap.
Yeah.
And two,
don't do it at
track
record
records after the checkered flag comes out.
Don't do it at track record speed either.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so as they come out of the final corner now, let's reset here at the front of the field. It is still Matthew Siegel, who in this morning's race jumped out to an early lead, Brian, and it wasn't until about midway he started to fall off the pace. He is being absolutely hounded right now by Blake McGovern, and this is for not only the overall lead, but for the lead in GTA 4. Now running third in GTA 4 is Rene Robichaux, but he is about 14 seconds back from this duo here. So they've got a lot of space and a lot of time, I think, to fight it out before Robichaux appears on the scene. Robichaux happens to be lapping at, he's lapping at about 0.2 of a second faster than our two GTA 4 leaders.
Yeah, but if those two start to battle, that's where he's going to be able to do it. I think with just right around 2.5 minutes, it's going to be tough to make that up from a timing perspective,
13 seconds is a lot.
You get McGovern and Siegel really start to go side by side in certain corners. As here they come now, getting ready to come down into turn number 12. Getting ready to cut through there. Here comes Robichaux right now. That's the first car with the lights on.
Haven't gotten around Kevin Roush's GTA 2 machine now.
Yeah, so if those guys, those two drivers start to battle it out, at this point it becomes, stay in line until you get that white flag. Then you can start battling, because I just don't think Robichaux is going to be able to, close the gap there. Again, remember, he had that spin too. Whether or not he's got some, potentially some flat spots on those tires, although looking at the timing, I don't believe that he does.
No.
So
well, and I think it helped them considerably, those number of laps that they had under full course caution there to preserve a little bit of life in those tires.
Yeah. And again, both of those drivers, him and Mueller, again, Mueller not in their class, but Robichaux again stuck way back marred in traffic there. Spend a lot of time trying to get back up through where he is. So we should be, if this isn't the white flag lap, it would be one more with just under about 1 minute. But again, it's hard to see with the
again. We should be working white flag lap now for Matthew Siegel and Blake McGovern. Should mention that Bob Mueller, in following Rene Robichaux through, did manage to get around Kevin Roush there at the line, and on the previous lap had gotten around Frank Vitello. Vitello was trying to get around Mueller to get back into that GTA fight, and in doing so actually gave up position now to Joel Johnson. So move Johnson up 1, and Johnson now sitting in 4th, just off the podium. Fratello 5th in GTA 4.
Yeah. And Greg, as I look down with all the different, classes, 11 different classes here in this group here, the closest battle on the racetrack is the one for the overall lead as well in GT4. Everybody else is pretty much separated out, even between 2nd and 3rd in some of the classes on back. So it's a little bit of a gap.
We may go back to that Keeler and Nelson fight, because down at once this GTA 4 fight concludes, because those two racers still going at it in the battle for 24th position overall.
That's them right there behind them. So the leaders just went by them. So
there they are.
Yeah. Again, that's the GTB1. So again, last time by was 0.2 with Keeler over Nelson. But again, our leaders, just by going past them, that's actually going to give them, this would be the final
lap
right
for them
here.
as
This
well.
would be if this is the case.
They may not even know it. And they're going to have Robichaux and Mueller coming up on them, as they are now side by side going through turns 16 and 17, Brian. And you notice how slowly they're all coming around as Robichaux's trying to slot underneath these two Caymans. Bob Mueller as well. They're going to get through there, coming through turn 19 and heading down the hill. So as they come to the line, taking the win in GTA 4 in the final race of the weekend, Matt Siegel, Blake McGovern will finish 2nd. Rene Robichaux will take home 3rd place in GTA 4. Bob Mueller resets the fast lap here, Brian, at a 2:08.062, which I think might be the new GTA 3 record, since as long as he doesn't, I don't know.
As long as he doesn't run the checkered again.
Yeah, exactly. As long as he slows down just a little bit here, I think we'll be okay. And as they come across the line over, let's not forget, in GTB1, Sean Keeler holds off David Nelson at the line in GTB1, 0.3 of a second, separating them at the checkered flag. So let's go. We'll take a look here as the rest of our racers now come across and take the checkered flag. In GTC 7, Mark Poling will take the win over Julio De Jesus. De Jesus only turns a single lap before retiring the car, so finishes 10 laps down. In GTC 6, Conrad Park takes the win, margin of victory 10 seconds over Keith Clark. David Kristoff, our sole GTD 1 racer. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush taking the win by a little bit over a minute over Jean Audette. In GTD 2, that race that we saw early on, Maria Mejia, for the 2nd race in a row, takes the win over Gianluca Petiti, margin 4.5 seconds between those two racers. In GTC 8, Griffin Fuji runs the table this weekend. Keith McGovern will finish 2nd. Keith Jessic will finish 3rd. Scott Neal will finish in 4th. Then over to GTD 3, where Doug Lawson takes the win by 2 seconds over Tad Cusack. Ray Ramirez will finish 3rd in what turned out to be a 3-car field. And then I believe finally David Kristoff, our sole racer in GTD 1. So that's going to wrap things up here, Brian, for our final race of the weekend here at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, I tell you what, it ended up being a fantastic weekend, and I tell you what, the racing could not be any better all weekend long with all of the different classes that we had. I'm telling you what, Greg, I cannot wait for 2026. It's only going to get better.
That's right. So, Brian, not only is this the final race of the weekend, but it is the final race of our Porsche Club of America road racing and club racing coverage for 2025. But as we said, we're going to be back in just a few weeks, January 30th, 31st, and February 1st. And if you're one of the racers and you're doing the test day, you'll be there on January 29th as well. Going to be at Sebring International Raceway, home of U.S. endurance racing for the 2026 edition of the 48 Hours of Sebring. And so we want you to join us here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. So for our wonderful team here on site and around the globe. It is Brian Donati, Greg Ginsburg, our announce team, Jordan Worth, our director, and of course, Brendan Kazmarek, our producer from Driver's Eye Live. We want to thank you for joining us all season long, and we'll see you again in early 2026. Thanks so much for joining us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget & Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget & Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Universal Retail Displays is a global custom designer and manufacturer of semi-permanent and permanent merchandising displays and retail environment solutions. With over 50 years' experience, Universal's capabilities combine creative and engineering designs with full-service manufacturing and distribution facilities. Our process delivers well-tested, captivating solutions which drive measurable results for iconic brands worldwide. We partner with our customers to design unique, innovative merchandising solutions that build brand awareness, attract shoppers' attention, and deliver winning results at retail. Based in Louisville, Texas, visit us online at udfc.com to learn more.
The Bull was founded in 1983 by Dennis and Karen Bull in a small salon in University Park. Originally introduced in Dallas to luxury watch brands and fine Italian jewelry, the company quickly grew. De Bull has built a reputation for exquisite fine jewelry. Over more than 3 decades, it has also become a key partner of Patek Philippe, an authorized dealer for premier Swiss watchmakers like Rolex, Blancpain, Girard-Perregaux, Glashütte, Tudor, and others. In 2015, De Bull expanded into Houston's River Oaks district, later unveiling an expanded location in 2022 with dedicated Patek Philippe and Rolex salons and a warm hospitality lounge. The next generation, Mick and Emma Bull, has joined the family business, bringing a fresh vision while preserving timeless traditions. Learn more about the De Bull experience by visiting DeBull, that's spelled DEBOULLE.com.
Founded in 2013 on the historic downtown square in Denton, Texas, LSA Burger Company emerges Texas's first gourmet burger concept under the banner of Lone Star Attitude, a celebration of the state's unapologetic swagger and trailblazing spirit. What began as a passion project to fuse Texas music, premium burgers, and bold, health-crafted flavors has grown into a downtown anchor, honoring Texas music icons through namesake burgers like the Waylon, the Willie, and the Spirit of the Hero. Each plate a tribute to the legends who shaped the sound of Texas. Consistently ranked among Denton's top dining destinations, LSA remains a gathering place where Texas music, artistic impression, and great hospitality all converge, inviting guests to taste the rhythm of a state that refuses to play it small. Come to either our Denton or Grandscape locations or visit us online at lsaburger.com.
Start your engines. The 2026 Porsche Club racing season launches at one of the most legendary circuits in America, Sebring International Raceway. From January 29th through February 1st, the PCA community rolls into Sebring, Florida for the 33rd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, a long weekend packed with racing, camaraderie, and pure Porsche passion. Whether you're a seasoned racer, an advanced solo driver, a dedicated volunteer, or a Porsche fan ready to soak in the action, this is the place to kick off your year. Sebring's iconic 3.74-mile layout, built on decades of sports car heritage, sets the stage for one of the largest and most anticipated PCA club races in the country. Hosted by PCA's Suncoast and Gold Coast regions, this winter racing classic brings thrills from sunrise to sunset. So mark your calendars, book your Florida getaway, and immerse yourself in the roar, the speed, and the spirit of Porsche. The 48 Hours of Sebring. The season starts here. Don't miss it.
Porsche Austin and Porsche South Austin are part of High Tech Motor Cars, the largest luxury automotive dealer group in Austin, Texas. The dealerships are fully committed to providing the best Porsche experience in Texas and beyond. Whether you're buying, leasing, or servicing your Porsche, Porsche Austin and Porsche South Austin aim to exceed all expectations. Their Porsche-certified sales professionals and highly trained service technicians are dedicated to excellent customer care. Visit them in person or online at austin.porsche.com or southaustin.porsche.com.
Get ready, Porsche fans. The Mid-America Championship Series is back, and the race to the top starts now. Designed to bring big-time excitement to PCA club racing throughout the Central Time Zone, the Mid-America Series puts you in the fight for championship glory. All PCA club racers are eligible. Just show up, strap in, and start stacking points towards a Mid-America Championship podium. And here's the twist: travel points. That's right, earn extra points based on the distance between your home zip code and the track. Go a little further than your rivals, and you might just leave them behind in the standings before you even hit the first apex. The tentative 2026 schedule features 6 adrenaline-charged weekends at legendary Mid-America circuits, including Eagles Canyon Raceway, Burt Brothers Motorsports Park, Hastings, Brainerd, and High Plains Raceway. 6 tracks, 1 championship, infinite thrills. Whether you're chasing a title or just the perfect lap, the Mid-America Championship Series is where competition meets community and every mile matters. Porsche of America. Drive fast, travel far, race Mid-America.